Okay, welcome back. Before I give the floor to Cristiana, the fearless chair of this panel, I want to mention a couple of things. At 5:30, we will have some food brought in for us. That's for our own reception. It doesn't mean that it has to begin at 5:30 sharp, but I must also note that at 5:30 there is a reception for Professor Limon downstairs, and some of us will want to attend that. So the more efficiently we can treat our time henceforth, the happier every one of us will be, and the more we can honor both this effort and our other most career. So with that, please. Oh, actually, one more thing. I've been mentioning this to you, ad hoc. It would be absolutely spectacular. I know Claude agrees with you. I would feel fantastic if we were to collect your contributions for this conference and publish them. So I want to ask you very kindly to please, try not to sell your material right away to somebody else. Give us right of refusal, although you will not be refused, I can assure you. Okay.
Sorry, if I may add, could be a contribution actually you made,
Yes.
or another one you prefer, and this invitation is also extensive for all those fantastic visitors who took part during the year, whether in presence or through Zoom. Then we hope to have an incredible collection of articles, and you are all very welcome to say. To be followed.
Okay, I think then we can start our sixth panel, identity and its audiences, phenomenological and historiographical aspects. The first speaker of this panel is Francisco Betancourt, who is Charles Boxer Professor of History at King's College in London. Betancourt also taught at the Universidade Nova de Lisboa and was director of the National Library of Portugal and the Gulbenkian Cultural Center in Paris. He is a member of the Academia Europaea and organized an exhibition on racism and citizenship in Lisbon. He published recently a book, Direitos Humanos, in Portuguese. Then book Racism from the Crusades to the 20th Century in 2013, The Inquisition, A Global History in 2009, and a monograph that he is working on now is focused on strangers within Rise and Fall of the New Christian Trading Elite, which will be appearing and forthcoming very soon. So I leave him the floor. And
well, thank you. I'd like to thank the invitation, David and Claude. And Claude, well, we have been exchanging ideas and information for several years. And Claude was very extremely gentle to read several chapters of my new book on this New Christian Trading Elite. And I know how much time does it take, so I'm very grateful. And what I'm going to present here is not taken from the book. So I decided to, it has nothing to do, or a little bit, there is an intersection, but I decided to experiment here with the history of emotions. This paper revolves around liminal conditions, identity, and privacy. I will briefly reflect on these notions and use then some trials of Inquisition of Lisbon to analyze practices. The argument is that plural identities resulted from structural new Christians positioned in the margins and permanently manipulated privacy by the inquisitors and the accused and the threat. Liminal is understood as something transitional or intermediate between two states on a boundary or threshold. New Christians were positioned as outsiders from the inside, what Georg Simmel called the strangers within. Even if the majority accepted a normative behavior as Christians, and many managed to pass the barrier to be considered old Christians, their ancestry could be perceived both as a comfort and as a threat. Liminality meant permanent fear and abuse, but could open new venues for social and intellectual experiments, the subversive possibilities highlighted by Victor Turner. The notion of identity emerged in the 16th century from the Latin idem, meaning the same, and the late Latin identitas. It indicates the quality of sameness, the possibility of attributing to a person or a thing continuous and unchanged properties. In the social sciences, the notion of identity was extended to a set of features, ideas, values, perceptions, behavior that defined an individual, social groups, or political parties. Henry Tajfeld's focus on the relationship between the individual and the social group stressed the complexity of individuals' emotional feelings and attachment to the reference group. He showed that the dynamics of opposed perceptions are part of the definition of social hierarchies, fueling discriminatory behavior, hostility against other groups, and protection of one's own group members. Pierre Bourdieu considered that social identity was defined by and through difference. In his view, the mobilization of values, religious allegiance, political participation, scholarly titles, and professional standing was always relational and played on antagonism and imitation to define an identity that was never static or singular, but rather hang in the balance. However, these visions are not entirely adequate to early modern Iberia, an area subject to situations of extreme violence in which members of minorities were under constant threat of detention, torture, and execution. New Christians struggled with perceptions imposed on them and with self-perceptions, classifications, and identity crises, partly explaining the permanent migration flow and reorganization of life abroad within Sephardic communities. And finally, on privacy, the dictionaries of European languages define privacy from the late Middle Ages to the 17th century as intimacy, freedom from intrusion, withdrawal from public attention, and within closed doors, although retired places, avoidance of publicity, and secrecy complement well the core of meanings. Legal dimensions are also indicated in the main dictionaries, which underline particular rights defined by contracts with the exclusion of others. And this is something that I'm more and more interested in. So I had a section on Inquisition. I'm going to summarize it as much as I can. So confession was, as you well know, the gold standard for condemnation. Inquiry was rarely conclusive. So the accumulation of denunciations was the inquisitorial strategy, and the names of the denouncers and circumstances were hidden from the prisoner, who had to guess when and where the events he or she was accused occurred, was accused of, when they occurred. So behavior in jail was thus crucial for the prisoner. We can talk about performative acts of both the prisoners and the inquisitors. Reconciliation required emotional signs of repentance, while denial of any wrongdoing required steady and calm endurance with clear signs of Catholic allegiance. The inquisitors would use different tactics to obtain a confession, from leaving the prisoner in the dark concerning accusations for several months to constant pressure through interrogations and promises of reconciliation. Torture would mean the last challenge to the culprit determination. Many resisted the physical challenge, but detention for years without a sentence was already a tremendous psychological torture. The inquisitors, another performative act, could also confront the prisoner with a fake sentence of excommunication that led in many cases to immediate collapse and confession. The denial of the prisoners would prolong the trial. The average time in prison was 2 to 3 years. but could leave the inquisitors with no choice but to liberate the prisoner with a minor penalty. However, there are cases of direct challenge of the inquisitors, provoking deliberately a death sentence. It is the case of the young members of the family Mugadouro, who played a major role in intercontinental trade from Lisbon during the third quarter of the 17th century, being detained in the early 1670s. And arguably, their detention was the trigger for the action in Rome for the suspension of the Inquisition. I will concentrate here on Brites Henriques, the daughter of António Rodrigues Mugadouro, detained on January 9, 1674, an unmarried woman, 22 years old. It was a blatant jurisdictional violation by the Inquisition. She and her brothers had taken refuge in the house of the brother-in-law, António Rodrigues Marques, a procurator of the New Christians, explicitly protected, and his family by the Pope. At the beginning of the trial, Brites Henriques denied any wrongdoing. After 7 months and a half of detention, without any progress of the trial, she decided to confront the inquisitors. She declared to believe in the law of Moses and recited the prayers to Adonai she used in prison for relief against the tyranny of the inquisitors. She declared to pray in her heart. Here are some of the prayers she declared to the inquisitors, and I quote, "Even if I neither kneel," I quote, and I translate, "even if I neither kneel nor cry nor shed water from my eyes, I humiliate to you, Adonai, ask you forgiveness, and beg you to take me from the Inquisition with your holy forgiveness and your holy hands." Another quote, My God and great Lord, creator of the universe, I only confess to you as a great sinner. I beg your pardon. Don't give me what I deserve. Give me help and the favors you promised to Daniel. Make the coming of the Messiah in our days. Send us a messenger, the prophet Moses, to take us from this captivity. Amen. In another prayer, she begs God, and I quote, "Take me from these tyrants and these evil hands, as you took Noah from the deluge, Jonas from the whale's belly, David from his father-in-law Saul, Esther from the bad thoughts of Haman, Joseph from the power of his brothers," end of quote. These prayers could be enlarged to other biblical references, such as the liberation of Judith from Holofernes, or Hagar and Ismael, saved from the perils of the desert. Brites Henriques performed the longest New Christian prayers to Adonai before the inquisitors I have found. She declared to have invented most of the prayers in jail. The tribunal secretary wrote down Brites Henriques' prayers with great care, since they provided extensive proof of apostasy, but did not note the emotions involved. This contrasts with the usual observations of the behavior of the accused and the torture, which are punctuated by duly recorded gestures, cries, prayers, calls for the help of Christ or the Virgin Mary, denial of any wrongdoing, or confession of many times, immediately after the instruments of torment being shown. It is true that the time for recording emotions was generally circumscribed to the torture episode, but there were other occasions in which emotions were registered. The recitation of prayers to Adonai was a very unusual circumstance, not unique, but very unusual, that deserved more elaboration. But it did not happen. Probably the tribunal was so taken aback by Brites Henriques' performance that the scribe only had time to concentrate on capturing the extensive narrative of successive prayers. And I only reproduce the most significant here. We can only speculate that she looked determined in her challenge to the tribunal, disrupting the subservient behavior expected from a prisoner. In any case, this was a major performative act in a special space behind closed doors, sealed by the vows of secrecy imposed by the inquisitors to all agents involved. However, everything said in that environment was not private. It had public consequences. We need to retain this peculiar status of the Inquisition as a public institution defined by a secret internal inquiry procedure. The accused was placed in a simultaneously secret and semi-public environment in which everything she or he said would be registered and used in a very public sentence defining his or her future life. It is difficult to interpret Brits Henrique's confrontational strategy. Did she try to challenge Adonai's intervention by staging her provocative worship before the inquisitors? Is it a candid act which simply reflected her beliefs? Did she decide to break the wall of silence and puncture the slow burn of inquisitorial abuse? She knew for sure the perils she and her family faced. However, she denounced all close relatives as Jewish believers, plus some female friends. These denunciations make it difficult to argue in favor of a strategic course of action. I would argue that the session of confession was the result of 7.5 months in jail, left in limbo, without accusation. This was a usual tactic of the inquisitors. The accused should search her or his soul and find out the reasons for detention. The accused was simply alerted that Inquisition would not lightly detain anybody. The accused was there because the inquisitors had sufficient reasons. It would be up to her or him to find those reasons and confess. However, thousands of accused placed in this situation did not decide to confront the tribunal with prayers to Adonai, begging to be freed from the tyranny of the judges. The background is important. Brits Henriques was the youngest daughter of the Mogadoro family, considered by some interveners in these trials the wealthiest family in Lisbon, with previous contracts with the king and heavily involved in trade with Brazil and Italy. The family must have been waiting for the right occasion to marry her into a significant alliance of top merchants and bankers. It does not seem that they were aiming at noble titles contrary to other families. She must have felt the abyss of losing status, since most family members had been detained, her father had been the first, and collective condemnation was likely, which would have a major impact on their business position. The possibilities of a significant marriage sustained by a strong dowry had evaporated. On the other hand, extreme circumstances of detention must have produced a well-known effect of pushing the accused to decide on her religious allegiance, as it happened in many other cases. The moment of dramatic confession through the unusual prayers to Adonai, performed in front of the judges, explicitly called tyrants several times, can be considered a moment of catharsis. At that moment, Brits Henriques asserted her personality through religious choices, as opposed to the submission required by the inquisitors. By that act of rebellion, she triggered a social drama, although micro and individual, placing herself outside the usual mold carefully prepared by the inquisitors. But they had forms to deal with the rebellion, which also conformed to the model suggested by Victor Turner for a broader social context. The persistent assertion that she wanted to live and die in the law of Moses faded within 1 month. Then she declared that she renounced Judaism and wanted to die in the law of Christ. However, 1 week later, on the 2nd of October, 1674, she revoked the denunciations against her female friends. She alleged that her companion in the cell, a witch, had turned around her head. And this is important because the companions in the cells, they were placed with other people, and we forget about this side of the story, which is extremely important. And some of them, they were just fake prisoners, placed there by the inquisitors. The instruction of the trial proceeded until May 1675 with successive sessions, including the decision of Torment to test her resolution concerning the revocation of denunciations. And she resisted the Torment. It's quite interesting. But there is no documentation. She resisted later Torment. There is no documentation related to the implementation of torture. It is to be noted that the trial was carried on against the suspension of the Portuguese Inquisition, which was in 74. Much later, on the 21st of February, 1682, the trial lasted 8 years due to the suspension of the Inquisition by the Pope on October 3, 1674, only lifted on August 22, 1681. She revoked, so only the 21st of February 1682, she revoked denunciations against her father and brothers. This created a crisis with inquisitors who needed her testimony to incriminate the family. They were running out of witnesses to gratify the initial accusations before the final sentence. They brought her to torture, but she stood firm, refusing to repeat the denunciations. She ended up reconciled in the auto de fe of the 10th of May, 1682 in Lisbon, being liberated from the jail of penitence 11 days later. So the social drama was redressed with the renunciation of Judaism by Brits Henriques. The constant admonition from the judges and possible advice from others detained in the same cell might have played a role. There were cases of perseverance after declaring allegiance to Judaism, but they are not numerous. They would mean a defeat to the judges. All the framework put in place by the inquisitors favored reconciliation with the church, which would play a role in the theater of the auto de fe. It would represent victory against heresy and apostasy. The sentence reproduced the most significant prayers as a sign of Judaism, indicating fasting during the main feasts of the Jewish calendar, and noted the practice of respecting Saturday. Brits Henriques benefited from the fact that confession would clear a first accusation. It is true that in other circumstances, the revocation of denunciations might have led to an indictment of diminished confession, but the Inquisition was still in a vulnerable position after re-establishment. The unfair treatment of the Mogador family had been reported to go to Rome by the New Christian Network, and the main target, the father, had died in jail in very complicated circumstances. And I will go back to it. I have another section on the family context. I'm going to skip it. So the inquisitors decided to close the social drama, accept partial confession, and reconcile, meaning reintegrate Brits Henriques into the Catholic Church. Conclusions. Brits Henriques started with bravado, confronting the tyranny of the inquisitors with extensive prayers to Adonai recited in court. Later, she recanted her declared Jewish allegiance and settled for a midway exit between confession and refusal to incriminate the family. She was reconciled with the Catholic Church. There are no documented traces of her or her siblings after being released from jail. It is because then the inquisitors, when they finally presented the corpse of the father in an auto de fe, 3 years later, by the way, they were clearly with a bad conscience. They asked for testimonies and for relatives to arrive and to defend and to dispute the confiscation of property. This nobody showed up. They even inquired in Mogadoro, very distant relatives. Nobody wanted to come. It is very likely that they escaped either to Livorno, where they had their cousin Gabriel de Medina, or to London, where the cousins and brothers-in-law Antonio and Diogo Rodrigues Marques, Antonio, where Brits Henriques had taken refuge, so they had gone to London. I would bet they went to Livorno. It is possible to, but it's still a research to be done. It is possible to argue that the assertion of Jewish identity by Brits Henriques and by her young brother, Pantaleão Rodrigues Mogador, was pushed by inquisitorial violence. She felt cornered and decided to fight back. It was a performative act that asserted her individual and collective identity. Extreme circumstances might have triggered a decision hanging in the balance. We know other cases of new Christians who were pushed to migration and assumption of Jewish identity by inquisitorial persecution, such as Fernão Alves Melo, alias David Abenatar Melo, so well studied by Herman Prince Salomon. The prayers against the tyranny of the inquisitors were invented in jails, as many other prayers. It was normal to invent prayers. Other prayers confessed might have been learned at home. However, the patriarch Antonio Rodrigues Moedoro never confessed and died praying to Jesus. It is impossible to assert whether they were dissimulated Jews, as the Inquisition wanted them to be, or falsely accused. Denunciations and confessions were so stereotyped that the alert historian sees the danger of being duped by the inquisitors. Brits Henriques knew both the Christian doctrine and some Jewish traditions concerning the scriptures. There was arguably a family and ethnic allegiance, but the religious stance is more complex. The issue of dissimulation implies an essentialized approach to supposed firm convictions. And I have a problem with that kind of approach. Essentializing either they were dissimulated Jews or they were all Christians. So we have these two essentialized approach, and I think many cases there is a wide range of possibilities. David Graysbord showed how the same individual could be split between different identities according to time and space, hesitating and even making the way back many times. The novelty of Brits Henriques' prayers is the radical exposure of inquisitorial tyranny. They are an outcry of vehement protest from a woman feeling entirely dispossessed, who decided to fight back and throw her outrage to the face of the perpetrators of her and her family's misery. This case, from my point of view, shows the importance of circumstances in defining identity. Liminal conditions intersect with privacy and identity. The violation of privacy through denunciations, and I forgot to say that the denunciations started with slaves, and which were generally not accepted in the civil courts, by the way, but they were accepted by the Inquisition, anything would go. So the violation of privacy through denunciations from slaves and domestics played the first role in this story. The total absence of privacy in prison played a second role. Permanent liminal conditions assigned to new Christians are also present. Their condemnation and confiscation of property would imply a radical change in economic and social status, mainly after this period of time, not in the 16th century or early 17th century. The first rejection of Christianity as a religion of oppression is clear in this case. The declaration of Jewish allegiance was a claim of identity against violence to find a comfort zone of an imagined community. As in many other cases, the rest of the trial is just about survival. Thank you.
Very much. This beautiful story. And okay, we have Claude. Who is it first? Oh, you go first. Okay. Who is first? I didn't see.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Francisco, for two reasons. The first, permit me to say, is not for historical reason, but for ethical reason, for political ethical reason. The way you depicted the case of this poor lady, Princess Henriques, goes beyond the borders of confessions, of religious confessions, of ethnicities. And his always almost martyrdom deserves also to be emphasized in human terms, in universalistic terms, in a world which is daunted by politics, identity politics. And in this sense, you are continuing your essay on human rights you recently published, applied now to these cases, and I am very, very grateful for that personally. Now, concerning Brites Enriquez, as you remember, was brought to the attention the first time by Samuel Schwartz in his book on the New Christians in Portugal in the 20th century. It was Antonio Bayão, the director, who called his attention to this really outstanding trial. Schwartz wrote this case not only to infuse empathy and heroism of the conversos among the readers, is because many of her prayers had parallelism with prayers that survived in the 20th century in Trás Montes and in the Beira region. What I am trying to say is not at all against your point. It's another way to put it. Perhaps the question of the tyrants of the Inquisition is a prayer you find in different versions elsewhere, before and after. And if so, and I think a study, a comparative study of her prayers deserves to be deeply done. This brings us, on the one hand, that she used a tradition of crypto-Jews in terms of, or at least part of it, which at all contradicts your point. She used a tradition, perhaps of liturgical tradition, but again to resist against the machinery of the Holy Office, which that totally fits into your main point. That's all. Thank you so much.
Well, I have to go back to Samuel Schwartz because I arrived here from a different circuit. I arrived here because I was trying to understand the background of the suspension of the Inquisition, and I found evidence that the detention of Antonio Rodrigues Mogador had been one major motivation for the interventions of New Christians in Rome. And then from Antonio Rodrigues Mogador, I studied more his trial for the book, for other reasons. But I left all the trials of the family behind, except for the trials on of the nephews and the brothers-in-law, the sons-in-law of Mogador, and who were also his nephews, Antonio and Diogo Rodrigues Marques, because I found their wills in London, and that itinerary was interesting for me. So I left the trials of the children of Mogador. I have to go back to Samuel Schwartz to see what he says, and I had forgotten that he had mentioned Brites Enriquez, and so my interest comes from another direction.
Yes.
So I feel that sometimes it's very horrible, but it is true that the first trials of the concerning the Jews in Portugal, the Jews that were converted to Christianity, some ever made. I'm speaking about the common people, not the rich people. Sometimes they give us and to the inquisitors, of course, at that time, a fantastic information about the cultural life of the Jews in the end of the 15th century, before the I remember not only prayers, but for example, indexes. And they say indexes in the fields when some people is dying or is ill, and amazing stories concerning Lily, that is the woman demon Lily. I can find this in these documents. But they don't, most of these women, they don't say this, they were arrested, but they don't say this under pressure. They say this immediately. they were pressed by inquisitors to say that observe the Shabbat, they don't eat habit and things like this, because there is a moratorium that the people they were pressed by the inquisitors to say these things that were in the moratorium as way to be accused. But most interesting is this proof, this material that prove that the people is yet attached to the Jewish word is not very interesting to the inquisitors. So because they don't feel that it is important, is an important way to accuse these people of remaining in the Jewish world. So sometimes I feel that these people that say this immediately, they don't feel that these performings, these things that remain with them from the time where they were Jews. So they don't feel they are attempt to the Christian church doing this and doing these prayers because of the bad catechization of them. And because they don't feel that doing these prayers or doing these saying these stories, they are doing things that are heterodox. They are not in the field of orthodox. Concerning some of these prayers, but Stuzinski just said that it's very. I'm not speaking about, but I'm speaking of. I remember the story of the discussion between Reva and Zoraida. At that time, they know that Schwartz published these prayers, but they don't take care about this in terms of argumentation. If the two words were separate, I mean, they have proofs that really the people remain with these prayers in the 20th century now, but they continue to argument only in terms of documentation or no documentation of the 16th century. To me, this is the most amazing story in the 20th century concerning the separation between the academic world and the real world. So this.
What I have to add is that the circumstances, I think they are important. It is perfectly legitimate to take the prayers and publish them. They are significant by themselves. But I think that from a historical point of view, I'm more interested in the circumstances that justified the production of those prayers. Of course. And so I think it's the context that explains also the prayers, explains that outbreak, that confrontation to the inquisitors, and it's this kind of micro story of the emotions involved that I tried to reconstitute and to understand what was dynamic. This was all a highly emotional story because this family was extremely important. And I had the context of the family also. The main denouncer of the family, Manuel da Costa Martins, he was shot dead. So after he was released by the Inquisition. So in these stories, nobody was protected. So and that's part of the dynamic of the context I was trying to explain here. More, not only Manuel da Costa Martins was shot dead, but the slaves who denounced the family, they were not found to ratify the accusations in court.
I think there is Carsten.
Yeah, just ad hoc 2 remarks to what Claude said. I have the impression that the first mention of the trial of British Enriquez was not by Schwartz, but by João Lúcio de Azevedo,
Yes, that's true.
who mentioned it already. And he said that he has the impression that she made up all these prayers in prison. And there is an analysis of these prayers by Reva, in an unedited manuscript in which she tries to contradict Azevedo and show that these are pages, entire pages from the Ferrara liturgy that she must have learned at home by heart from the from a printed volume, and then and there are also these oral prayers that you mentioned, and this study is a synoptic edition with all the different versions that they are, and I hope to publish it this year or next year.
And just if I may, I think that almost parallelly, Antonio Bayão gave the information to Acevedo and to Schwartz. And their views on Judaism were not the same at all. But he collaborated with both of them. That's good. Right.
I mean, what you say brings up for me a very difficult question, and that is the function of these very emotional aspects, these emotional performances by the prisoners. Because if one looks at the course of the trials, the Inquisition is very, very formalist. The confessions had to match the accusations, and that was the only criterion that in the sentences and in the deliberations between the inquisitors counted. They never comment on the quantity of cries and tears that people shed. And in the end, people could confess entire volumes of prayers, and were still burned at the stake if they had not denounced this or that friend who had denounced them. So it is really the question: what did these outbursts of emotions serve? Is there any example where inquisitors have in some way become more lenient because there were more tears, or there were more cries, or there were more prayers, or more very colorful stories? And this is also a debate between basically Reva, who has this formalist view of the Inquisition, and you mentioned in Hermann Salomon, who thought that the Inquisition gave in some way a reward to the best comedy that the prisoners played. So I really don't know how to decide this, and I would like to know your opinion.
Well, I have a different point of view. It's curious because I have read the same same trials, the same of Solomon, and I think Reva has an excellent work. It's not, but he saw it from a certain angle. And curiously, Solomon was more sensitive to another angle. And I must have read literally thousands of trials. Because I did the first project on databases of the Inquisition, and also because for 10 years I was going 3 days a week to the Inquisition in Lisbon. So I did my faculty there because my professors at the Faculty of Letters were not at the best level. Well, some of them were good, but not others. So I spent my time at the archive because it was much more fun. And what I read in the trials was that there was a legalistic point of view, and Kenneth Stowe in Rome, he has an article, a very interesting article about that. I agree with that. But on the other hand, the theater of the cell, the theater of the tribunal was extremely important. So you had both. You had the legalist vision and you had the emotional vision, because the way they would repent, the tears of repentance, the way they would express their emotions, the way they would cry, the way they would ask for forgiveness, all of that counted. If a person would coldly say, I want to repent in a cold way, they would not believe it. So it was, for me, it's quite clear. And also the inquisitors had a bad conscience because they didn't have enough proof they detained the relatives of António Rodrigues Morador because there was not enough proof against him. There was not any direct proof against him or any direct denunciation. Generally, there are no proofs, but there was no direct denunciation. So the slaves were talking about the house of the daughter, where they have this respect for the Sabbath, and the restrictions on food, but nothing more than that. And he was not involved. So they detained the relatives to accumulate denunciations against him. So these prayers were crucial to show that the family had a Jewish tradition. But with him, they even recorded in his trial that he spent the last month of his life with a very bad disease, and that he was praying every day to Jesus. And one could feel that they were uncomfortable with this. So his performance in jail, and we can speculate whether this was sincere or not. He could have tried to protect the family, even if the jail was not as secret as one might suppose. He must have news about other things, but we don't know. But he could have performed to protect the family. It's one possibility. It could be sincere. It's not very likely, but it could happen. So they were clearly uncomfortable with his performance in jail because it was contrary to their expectations, and it was contrary to their. My point is that the inquisitors wanted really to prove that they were Jewish people, that they were Jews. That is the main line. And I refuse to accept that kind of trap set by the inquisitors as historian. Many of them could be, others not. So I don't accept this as a default. This is the problem of another generation of historians. I think this all changed with Nathan Vastel, among others. Reva already was opening to this kind of possibilities of a wide range of assertions, but I am quite how to put it? I don't accept this default vision that they were all Jews.
But this is not Reva's vision, by the way.
No, I'm not saying that. The Reva was more open. Started with at the beginning he was in these waters, but then he was more open. Yeah, and Nathan Vastel came to develop that kind of point of view of a plurality of possibilities.
Okay, I think we have other two questions, but how much time do we have? I think we're already running out of. Yes, shall we collect both of them and have
Brief, yeah.
briefly and have brief questions?
I have a
brief-
very brief one.
Two, there are two, Harm and Unite.
Very brief one. In the rhyme in the prayers.
We have to go back to them because I translated them for this.
Would be interesting. It doesn't say anything.
I didn't.
Definitely, but it would
I
be
didn't
good
bring the
something.
file. I didn't bring with me the file because I reproduced the Portuguese prayers. I didn't bring with me the files, but I will check that. I don't have an idea of rhyme.
Mhm.
I don't have that recollection, but I have to check.
So also a brief question, not about the central argument, but something on the side, perhaps about the element of time that you emphasize, the conditions of the arrest and the idea of detention for years without a sentence as perhaps a form of torture. I was wondering about fear of death while waiting, and having read thousands of records, how common was it in your impression that people actually died while waiting to a sentence, and how common was it that people were afraid of dying for injuries and from a disease or from the condition of the arrest or something? So do we know anything about people dying while waiting?
We have many dying while waiting. Antonio Enriquez Gomez, I was discussing with Karsten, died in jail after supposedly having witnessed his own execution in effigy, but supposed. So you have people who were confronted because they were 2 or 3 years in jail, and many of them, they were detained in an old age. So the risk of dying in jail was high in many cases. So I think they were confronted with this issue of dying quite commonly. So it was a regular issue. The case of Antonio Rodrigues Mugador, of the father, is quite extraordinary because he didn't make any faux pas, any false step. He was impeccable from beginning to end, refusing any wrongdoing and acting, performing in a completely consistent. He was a controlled man. He was quite old. He was a controlled man. He was performing in a completely consistent way until he died. So you have people who. I have other cases. For instance, another person detained the same day. By the way, they detained 4 or 5 richest people, new Christians in Lisbon, in the same day. And there was another one who had a completely different behavior. He redressed it later, but the second time. But the first time it was telling everything and more. Rodrigues Mugador was so controlled that he said that he didn't have any property. And the inquisitor said, well, if we find some property from you, would you dispute if we confiscate immediately the property? He didn't blink it. He said, you could have it all. I don't have it. So it is you have different attitudes. It's life. It's the worst, the most extreme situation in life you can find is to be detained by the Inquisition, to be there years and years, in many cases without accusation. So the habeas corpus was created for some reason. And so people deal with this issue of life and death because it was a situation of life and death for all reasons, either died in prison or being excommunicated and then executed. So they were dealing in different ways also. So you have people who were extremely austere and extremely resilient, and you had other people who broke down immediately. So you have many positions in between. So.
Okay, thank you very much. We go to our next presentation.
Would you like to? Oh no,
Nitai Shinan. Nitai Shinan researches the places of the Jews and the Jewish past in Spanish 19th century political and historical thought. His 2 main publications are Victims or Culprits, the History of the Jews as Reflected in Modern and Contemporary Spanish Historiography, published in 2011, for which he was awarded the Toledano Prize in 2012. And a detailed prologue, to the republication of the Spanish historian Amador de los Rios' first book, Estudios Históricos Políticos y Literarios sobre los Judíos de España, published in 2013. I leave the floor to him with a paper on the title is Victims or Culprits, the Image of the Conversos, and the estimation of the accusations of the Spanish Inquisition against them in the debate about the Inquisition in the 19th century Spain.
I would wish to start by expressing my thanks to the organizer, especially for Claude and David, that granted me the privilege to participate, in spite of the fact that my research concerns the 19th century and not the 16th or the 17th, what makes me the only heretic in this group.
Not the
To in jail.
just schismatic.
Between the years 1810 and 1813, in the midst of the Peninsular War, a most unusual attempt was made in the city of Cadiz by the newly established General Cortes. The Cortes, which presented itself as the legitimate representation of the Spanish nation residing in both hemispheres, laid the foundation for a new regime which attempted to reconcile political freedom with religious intolerance. See here the famous Article 12 of the 1812 Cadiz Constitution. At the same time, under the Cortes legislation, heresy was still considered a crime punished by law. The beneficiaries of such legislation were the bishops, who were given the legal right to judge and punish presumed heretics. In such a way, they recovered a jurisdiction which was conferred upon them by the legislation of the Partidas in the 13th century and usurped from them by the Inquisition. Needless to say, this restoration could not be fully implemented, since, as remarked the neo-Catholic author Menendez y Pelayo, the Partidas legislation, which was portrayed by the Liberal Control Commission of Constitution as wise, human, and tolerant, envisaged the burning alive of the unrepented heretic. Clearly, no one in 19th century Spain would agree to the burning of heretic. See here his criticism of the Cortes work. Well, to the burning of heretics, no, but to hanging, yes, as it happened to Cayetano Ripoll, a poor schoolmaster and a dangerous deist heretic in Valencia in 1826. He was obnoxious. The judges were uncompromising, so the stage was set for a 17th century tragedy played in the 19th century. So that was more or less the limit of toleration. Unfortunately for the bishops, most of them did not show great enthusiasm for this new responsibility placed upon their shoulders. The governing council advised to leave the search and punishment of heretics to the Spanish Inquisition. But this institute was abolished by the Cortes in the 22nd of January, 1813, in a majority of 90 against 60. It was due to the inconformity between the Inquisition as an institution and the 1812 Constitution. This inconformity could be demonstrated easily by contrasting the 1812 constitutional articles regarding the proper proceeding in civil and criminal law with the Inquisition's judicial procedures. For example, the Inquisition's concealment of the names of the witnesses contrasted with the articles of the Constitution that demanded that all trials must be conducted publicly and the accused must be informed of the names of the witnesses against him. But the liberal majority understood that the Catholic Spanish public will not easily relinquish an instrument like the Inquisition deemed indispensable to the purity of the Catholic faith without being convinced of its malicious origin and malevolent proceedings. Therefore, the liberals provoked a historical, political, and juridical debate into the history of this institution that took about 1 month, and which results you can read in this 694 interested book that I have smuggled from the National Library. Okay. Since in this debate, the religious tolerance was not debated, and so the reason for the establishment of the Inquisition was not questioned. The only way, therefore, to condemn the institution was to portray it as an incarnation of evil or the agent of the devil, thus denying any truth in the accusations of the Inquisition. Since the Jewish practices of the conversos were the main justification for the establishment of the Inquisition by the Crown, apologetics and detractors alike could not ignore the question of the veracity of these practices. Therefore, the Commission of the Constitution of the Cortes of 1913 recognized that the Jewish problem did exist in Spain in the 15th century as a result of persecution or persuasion of the Jews to convert to Christianity, starting with the massacres of 1391. Since many were forced to accept a faith in which they did not believe, their loyalty to the state that forced them to stay in this belief could be called into question. But this Jewish problem did not seem serious enough to convince the Spanish people in the 15th and 16th century of the indispensable necessity to establish the Inquisition, Opinión Nacional. The Spanish people's opposition was voiced more than once in the Cortes legislative bodies, proving that they were not in favor of the Moors or the Jews, but that they loved justice. They could not agree that the laws established in the proceeding of the accused would be violated by the Inquisition, and that measures should be employed that would confuse the innocent with the guilty. Accepting the injustice of the Inquisition proceedings, it was obvious to the Cortes' liberal majority that the accusations of the Inquisition do not deserve much merit. Likewise, after reviewing the case of the persecution of the infamous Inquisitor of Cordova, let his soul rest in hell, Diego Rodriguez Lucero, the Commission of the Cortes declared, in the system of the Inquisition, there is no remedy for such scandals. The proceedings are always secret. The accuser's names are not known. The witnesses are concealed. The accused received the blow and do not know from where it came. All is left to the honor and goodwill of the inquisitors. The innocent who suffer in the Inquisition prisons is abandoned by the world. The laws does not protect him. Infamy torments him. Piety denies him external help. Other liberal deputies were even more explicit in denying the veracity of the accusations of the Inquisition. For example, the liberal deputy from Gran Canaria, Ruiz de Padron, accepted that cases of Judaism could occur, but for him the Inquisition proceedings against the conversos was mainly motivated by racial hatred towards the Hebrews. If a concealed Hebrew would be discovered among us, shall he commit a crime, he would be punished by the laws of the state. But he cannot be hanged from the pulleys, neither can he be put to the rack or thrown to the fire just for being a Hebrew, he claimed. This trend to discredit the Inquisition and its practices, hindering any objective investigation of its records, continued into liberal historiography of the 19th century. That is because religious intolerance in general, and the Spanish Inquisition in particular, continued to be a matter of debate between liberals and conservatives or neo-Catholics, even when the Spanish state was forced to grant some form of religious toleration. We can see the disputation or the debate about the Inquisition almost as a national debate in Spain. For example, in the 50s of the 19th century, there was even a book published, La Inquisición, su pro y su contra, Yeah, I should have voted, but never mind. For Adolfo de Castro, the author of the book History of the Jews in Spain, published in 1847, the fact that the Inquisition received a part of the wealth of the condemned rendered all its claims suspicious, since it was the interest of the judges that the accused should appear in the eyes of the world guilty of all heresies that ever existed, in order that they might make a prize of 1/3 of his estate. What rich man could accept mercy at the hands of those who looked upon his death or dishonor as the means of obtaining so pretty a picking without incurring the slightest hazard in getting it? This writer, Adolfo de Castro, had the privilege of being translated to English in the 19th century. So I'm not responsible for this beautiful English translator. Nevertheless, Adolfo de Castro did accept the truth of some of the accusations against the Judaism practices of the conversos, but it was the fault of the Inquisition. According to him, the severity of the persecution caused some conversos in a sort of psychological reaction to adhere to their Judaic customs that without the persecution should have long been forgotten. That is also the opinion of Amador de los Rios and others. The Republican writer Fernando Garrido denied the proofs of Judaic practices that were expressed in the Inquisition's decrees of faith because of their absurdity. You do not need to possess sharp mind to recognize the ridicule and extravagance expressed in some articles, the injustice of others, and the arbitrariness shown in all of them. Clearly, a secret accusation against any Christian of fulfilling any of these practices is enough to send him to the dungeon, to the torture, or to the fire. They are very melodramatic in this discourse, Claro. The Republican professor of history at Madrid University, Miguel Moraita, did not even consider this article as worthy of discussion at all. Look here about his, do we have to engage ourselves in this ungrateful task of proving all the injustice and the cruelty that is manifested in any of those articles? It will be a useless task. There are things that cannot be discussed. It is enough for them to be shown in the light of the day in order to be condemned. Clearly, if any reserve of the Inquisition claims is useless, no serious consideration will be given to its accusations. Now, part B. Unlike the detractors of the Inquisition and its records, it seems that the apologetics of the Inquisition also did not make great use of them. In a world in which religious tolerance became more and more accepted, it was difficult to justify the Inquisition's harsh proceedings if conducted against seemingly innocent acts like praying, fasting, thinking. But if conducted against a group hazardous to the state because of their crime against the Christian faith or the Christian people, then it was easy to justify the Inquisition, who will not want to fight these dangerous people. Therefore, the apologetics of the Inquisition accepted in full all the anti-converso accusations of the anti-Jewish and converso literature, sometimes portraying the Judaic practices of the conversos as aimed to disgrace Christianity and harm Christians more than having any positive value. The Inquisition records, therefore, were unnecessary for them, since all the material needed to condemn the conversos was containing books like those of Francisco de Roconcillo, Alonso de Espina, etc., that you can get in every library, and you do not have to go to the Inquisition to search the Inquisition file in order to find this accusation. Easier that way. As a proof to that claim, I will cite the words of Francisco Javier Garcia Rodrigo, the author of Truthful History of the Spanish Inquisition, Historia Verdadera de la Inquisición en España, an anti-Llorente book, we can say. The Judaizers were persecuted not just for their deviation of our religion and for fulfilling secret enactments of the Mosaic law, but more often because of the sacrilegious profanations of the images of Jesus Christ and for forcing the Christians that depended on them to apostate. Garcia Rodrigo does not give us any information about the Jewish practices maintained by the conversos, clearly, but he describes in detail the accusations against the conversos and the Jews, like crucifying the Holy Child of La Guardia, profanación de la hostia in Segovia, etc., and other favors of this sort. A more moderate stance was maintained by another neo-Catholic, our Menendez Pelayo. For him, great part of the Judaizers that were punished by the Inquisition were irreconcilable enemies of the religion of the crucified. To prove this affirmation, Menendez Pelayo accepted the ritual murder accusations as true accounts, especially those that committed in Spain, that no one can refute. Those that happened outside, he doubted, but in Spain, he believed. However, unlike other neo-Catholic apologetics, he assumed that many conversos were good Christians who only maintained certain practices from the Jewish past without attributing any Jewish meaning to them. The Inquisition persecution against the later book was erroneous and mistaken and only served to perpetuate class division in the Christian society and to delay the achievement of the religious unity in Spain, that Spain achieved it at least in the 18th century until the liberals came and Spain went astray. This indifference to historical research of the records of the Inquisition was criticized by the Jesuit scholar Fidel Fita at the prelude to a collection of documents about the Inquisition, which was published in 1887 in the Bulletin of the Spanish Royal Academy of History, Bulletin de la Real Academia de la Historia. Can we stop lamenting that almost all the fundamental documents upon which the impartial judgment of the historian must be based are not estimated and are not valued, at times victims of disregard, at times victims of darkness that covers them? Well, in my opinion, Fidel Fita can be perhaps seen as the godfather of research of the Inquisition documents in Spain, if we speak about the Converso the Converso's investigation. So he's a very interesting person. Okay, I almost finished. Let us now proceed even briefly to the 20th century, in which a full investigation of the Inquisition records was carried out. Did this investigation terminate the conflict about the nature of the Inquisition and the veracity of the accusations against its victims? Clearly not, as you very well know. But this is, of course, another issue, and it's your business, I will say, not mine. Okay, and these are already two very important persons in the issue whom I left out because I thought I didn't have enough time. It's Llorente and Amador de los Rios.
Timing, perfect timing, okay. Questions? Claude?
Other people. Thank you, Nitai, with your refreshing view of the issue. Just to note that, and perhaps you will correct me.
Okay.
That I saw a tendency among 19th century liberals to diminish as much as possible the existence of crypto Judaism. And this is also concerning in Portugal, Herculano, Alexander Herculano. Alexander Herculano, he almost treats things like an excuse in his the origin of establishment of the Portuguese Inquisition. This seems to me a liberal rhetoric and trend, right? Am I right?
You're right, and we must not forget that this problem was actual first in Mallorca, that in Mallorca there was the Chuetas, a real group that was, because of their Jewish descent, were misrepresented and not misrepresented, were persecuted. So they tried to get emancipation. So it was the interest of all to say that the Inquisition lied and there was no base for a real Judaism. Besides, even the liberals were sometimes seen by the detractors as Jews. And as a proof, I will give the person of Juan Alvarez Mendizabal, which his name was Alvarez Mendez. He came from Cadiz, from a Jewish family or a converso family. So he had to go to the Basque countries for several years, but because the Basque, had a reputation of purity of blood, and changed his name from Mendez to Mendizabal. It didn't help him because after he rose to be prime minister and decided about the desamortization, that is the confiscation of the church properties, he was represented in the Spanish Catholic or neo-Catholic press as a man with a big, how do you call it, rabo, a big tail. So these things were still alive. It was used in the in the Spanish debate about liberalism, neo-Catholicism, about the Inquisition. So it was the interest of the liberals that to deny all these charges.
Harm?
My question was, is there in these discussions, it's a huge volume, also the topic of Americas discussed, because hell broke loose around then, but they still considered the Americas an extension of the empire. So it was discussed, and there are many in other domains. There are very interesting opinions.
Well, yes. The Cadiz Cortes represented itself as encompassing all the Spanish nation, and deputies from America also spoke about the Inquisition, and I believe that one of the persons discussed Archbishop of Macanaz, or I am wrong, was the Bishop of La Puebla de Los Angeles, Mexico. So also Latin American subject were discussed. It was really what the court discussed is trying to do, and we did not think of it, is to implement to construct a world state, because if the Cadiz Cortes would have succeeded, we would have one big state that encompassed Spain and all Latin America. But this what could not this could not succeed because of the circumstances. So it was surely also American and not just a Spanish discussion.
That's it.
Well, thank you for this fantastic paper, because you are doing something that we are waiting for a long time, which is to study thoroughly what happened in 19th century Spain and all the debate around the Inquisition and what the position of New Christians. So I have one small remark concerning Alexandre Coelho, and then a question for you. Alexandre Coelho wrote the history of the Inquisition of Portugal, or in Portugal, as a retribution against the Portuguese clergyman who protested vehemently against his demolition of the myth of the miracle of Auric, the foundational myth of the miracle of Auric. So he wrote it as a retribution. Sometimes you have these major historical monuments which are motivated by very practical issues. The question is, why did the New Christian issue require so much time to be dealt with in Spain, while in Portugal it was much earlier? I mean, there was an abolition with Pombal in 1773, and then the absolutists and with the liberal wars, they never came back with the claims for restoration of the Inquisition, or they never discussed the issue of New Christians again. It was dead. So in Spain, by contrast, you have the Inquisition and you have the New Christians popping up all the time, and Menéndez Pelayo again come back with that kind of very conservative vision of the Inquisition and of the New Christians. How do you explain this kind of
First, we have to admit something very important. We spoke here about the discussion or disputation about the New Christian, but it's only a small part of the great discussion about the Inquisition that I say to you, this discussion is phenomenal, and I advise everyone in this room to read something about it. For example, I can say, just for a short remark, and that's all, that there were some the defenders of the Inquisition that said, why do you blame the Inquisition? The law that said that you must burn heretics are the secular authorities. So don't go to the Inquisition and say, do this, this, and this. Blame the secular authorities. Change the secular law that every heretic will not be burned off the stake, but will get one weekend in a Franciscan convent with weeping every hour, and it will be okay. But don't blame the Inquisition. This is, for example, one idea, and another was how to that they say you must how do you call it distribute or divide between the problems or the mistake of personal inquisitors, that, and you cannot blame the Inquisition for the mistake of a personal inquisitor. What is the secular judges never wrong, and so we must not lose our perspective. And to your question, I think that the reason for the difference between Spain and Portugal is because in Portugal, already Pombal by himself tried to diminish the much of the power of the Inquisition. And it came into, in the 19th century, it was very much diminished. And I believe that even the Portugal clerics were not very interested in it. In Spain happened the opposite. Clearly that Carlos III tried to rein in the Inquisition into limited power, but he didn't proceed many, and then started the French Revolution, and this process of reining in the Inquisition stopped, because how can you fight all the new heresies that came from France through the Inquisition? Although, like Jovellanos said, since the Inquisition didn't exactly knew France or were not versed in the new heresies, they were not adequate for the job. But we can leave Jovellanos aside. So the Inquisition stayed, and it began to be seen by both sides as, for the liberals, it became to be a symbol of the old regime that we have to abolish, and for the neo-Catholics as the symbol of absolute Spain that must be preserved. And since the Inquisition also had maintained some of its power to criticize and even to condemn liberals, for example, Olavida, if you know, it was a very famous case of a person that was called Pablo de Olavida in 18th century Spain. I think he was in charge of the new colonies of Carolina or something like that. And he was arrested and accused of deist and heretic faults. So he was arrested and stayed in jail. So the liberals believe that they cannot stay with the Inquisition. So and despite and don't forget that the Inquisition was abolished 4 times. So it was really a play between the absolutists and the liberals. When the liberals are getting the control, they abolish the Inquisition. When the absolute get the control, they abolish the Inquisition. So this Inquisition became as a symbol and as very popular in Spain. And what is interesting, that in the 15th of July, 1834, that was the final abolition of the Inquisition. And 2 days later, what we have in Madrid, a blood libel. What is that? Matanza de los Frailes. About 80 or 90 monks were killed because they were accused of poisoning the wells. So Matanza de los Frailes. See, there is so you see that but this time no one already thought about the Inquisition, but until it was a playground, and even later the Inquisition it's if how you treat the Inquisition is how you see the Spanish past.
Thank you very much. Okay, David, now is the turn of David. David Greisberg is the Shirley Kirsten Professor of Judaic Studies at the University of Arizona. He began his career as a scholar of the vagaries of identity construction in the Western Sephardi diaspora, yet has recently broadened his scope to examine the life of young American Jewish millennials. Among his publications, we remind a book that was quoted many times in this month, which is The Souls and Dispute, Converso Identities in Iberia and the Jewish Diaspora, published in 2004, and The New Zionist, Young American Jews, Jewish National Identity, in Israel, published in 2020. Identities there. And the title of this paper is Intellectuals on Identity, Who Cares, and So What?
Thank you. It's actually, Judeo-Converso or Judeo-Converso intellectuals and identity. Who cares and so what? So,
Okay.
I want to, it's fine. I think I may have had those titles in one or another version of this. So I want to draw some, rather, ambitious generalizations. Some of them, have already been raised here today and in the last day. Some of them I started to think about when I put together some notes on this presentation. Certainly aspects of the generalizations you have, several of you have discussed with great acuity. I'm only going to try to synthesize a couple of points. And I dare say at the very last session, the very last part of our conversation, Zina will challenge us or gently prod us to continue in this sort of synthetic and or let's say more global mode of thinking. I'm just trying to see if I can push this a little bit further. So the title you already know, for the Converse Intellectuals on Identity, Who Cares, and So What? Let me talk about some of the key concepts in the title itself, which I have featured here or there in many presentations already. By Judeo-Converso or Judeo-Converso intellectuals, I mean learned, articulate, new Christians and new Jews who wrote and often published their ideas in the form of, mostly in the form of religious polemics, but also other kinds of polemics. I'll explain why I'm bracketing both new Jews and new Christians here in a moment. By polemics, I mean essentially a genre of discourse through which an author or a speaker makes a concerted, explicit, and sustained argument, either, well, usually explicit, but sometimes you have to read between the lines. The argument can be made in a dialectical mode, or it can be made in a rhetorical mode, or in a combination. The central purpose of the argument is usually to assail some position or body of positions, and at the same time, either explicitly or implicitly support another position or cluster of positions. So you might say that I assume a kind of potential, at least, for slippage in these discourses between polemics, attack, and apologetics, defense. I have to draw a parenthesis here. So far this year, I've been distinguishing between a polemic, that is to say, a discourse that is very much in the genre that is sketched here, and polemical writings or segments of writings. In other words, pieces of writings that do not necessarily constitute a sustained argument, but can nonetheless be regarded as a way for the author or the authors to challenge competing positions or to defend their own. Now, I consider a religious polemic to be a speech or a piece of writing that articulates a strongly critical attack on someone or something that the author designates as a religion or as religious. Now, you might think, of course, now, religion and religious are worthy of being examined here. Now, the two terms, religion and religious, signify usually to the polemicists and to the apologists either a correct or incorrect path of life and death for individuals and or for groups to follow, and thus a host of life experiences on which it is possible, at least, in some cases, the argument is it is necessary to anchor an identity. By identity, I mean various ways that people think and behave such that they provide us with information as to how they might answer our nosy humanist questions. Who are you? And to what group or groups do you belong? Pause for. As Tanya Zakrzewski points out, young scholar who was guided to her successful PhD by Zina. The social rules, social roles that people play are part and parcel of the phenomenon of identity. Among other things, social roles link how a person regards himself or herself as an individual, and on the other side, how he or she determines and interprets his or her membership in one or more collectives. Like Zagrzewski and of course Bourdieu underlying this, I believe that it is accurate, as Francisco mentioned, to speak of a relational pattern of identity construction. According to that pattern, identity not only takes place and originates in interpersonal space, but that identity, to quote Zagrzewski, cannot exist without interpersonal relations at all. Regarding our main subjects, the new Christian and new Jewish religious polemicists. And by the way, my apologies to Susanna and Daniel who are viewing this on Zoom. I'm mostly facing this way. You've seen me before, there's nothing to see. Regarding these subjects, I think we can detect a conceptual and epistemological framework of argumentation in their approach to identity. And I think that that framework was a deeply Christian one. What I mean is that the polemicists and the apologists, whether they were arguing as Christians or as Jews, agreed on a couple of key points. These were their core assumptions, if you will. The first point is that a good religion is a categorically exclusive true religion. The claim here is for a capital T truth, one that has, by the way, very important, has to be taught, as the song in South Pacific. So you have to be carefully taught. This is not something that can be simply acquired or inherited in the way that, let's say, Halevi argues that Jews have inherited a series of obligations and so on. The second assumption is that Jews are defined as believers in, professors of, and diligent practitioners of a religion or a law. But here, I mean religion and law in the Christian sense of these terms, namely a cluster of theological propositions, rituals of God worship, and behaviors that express those propositions in private and social context. And the Jews' religion, according to this way of thinking, is called the law of Moses and Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you know, is clearly a non-Jewish term. The sine qua non, the clincher of this religion is internal conviction. The third element, third assumption, you've already seen me elevate to this slide. And that is that the main purpose of religion is to save the human soul and provide a dignified and righteous guide to life on earth, such that ultimately unjust suffering will be eliminated, history will end, and God will reign supreme among humans as God reigns supreme on high. Likewise, false religions, the bad kind of religions, are those that promise to save, yet mislead the soul toward perdition through cognitive error, through sin, destructiveness, evil, etc., etc. Now, as we've seen from Anne's very lucid presentation, there is in the world of non-Jews a competing set of assumptions, right? And those are what I earlier tried to characterize as the basis of Judaicization, right? The idea that Jews constitute a people, not a religious community in the Christian sense, that they at least pine for some sort of political sovereignty in a specific piece of real estate, et cetera, et cetera. But I leave that aside for the moment. Now, there are those scholars, many of you here, who call the newly Judaicized intellectuals who shared these three and other assumptions, indeed, all kinds of new Jews. You call them, and I've called them sometimes, ex-conversos or former conversos. I think that's fine, but for purposes of this exposition, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to approach the noun judeo-converso or judeo-converso as an ethnic label. In this case, what I'd like to propose is that the label does not become obsolete for purposes of historical analysis because a particular subject shifted from one religious community to another, even if the subject, for example, had no reason to use the term judeo-converso or judeo-converso outside of the Catholic, the Ibero-Catholic realms. Now, as for the question, the $64,000 question, I guess it's up to $1 million. Who cares? Well, who cares about what judeo-converso intellectuals had to say or had to write about themselves, about identity, about the right path of life and death? Now, I configure this question largely as a question of audience. In other words, to whom or for whom did judeo-converso intellectuals write, and who actually read, and actually who reads today what they had to say. A few weeks ago, our colleague Han made a very insightful presentation in which he addressed precisely this question of audience. I think in the discussion that followed Han's presentation, others made very constructive contributions to our definition of audience. So rather than give you something like a full-fledged argument about audiences, I'm simply going to try to summarize some of Han's insights and those of my colleagues in the research group, and also add a little bit of I hope, of my own. So first of all, I think that Han is right that judeo-converso writers of religious polemics assumed a double audience. That is, they wrote first and foremost to the opposing religious community, to what social scientists would call the out group. They also wrote to their own home audience, the in group, and it stands to reason. New Christian and especially new Jewish writers were eminently bicultural subjects. They were insiders who were familiar with Christian and with Jewish communities at some level. Now, this connection, I'm reminded of a telling slip of the pen by the famous rabbi / activist Menashe ben Israel in his work De la Fragilidad Humana from 1642. In this work, as Matt pointed out, he pulls out all the stops, he throws sources at his readers. And among others, he throws out patristic sources. And he does this partly to deny the doctrine of original sin and to destroy predestination more broadly. Also, of course, to uphold a rabbinic conception of the human will as a God-given tool for mastering the Yetzer Hara. Now, at one point, Menashe refers to the church fathers, whom he is citing, as, quote, our theologians. Now, this could have been a matter of, Menashe is a very frenzied guy, so he's pulling out of his books and he's putting them together or whatever, and he might have just copied something he saw about the church fathers, but somehow I doubt that a Jew, such as Sasportas or Mortera, would have made the same mistake. My underlying point is that newly Judaicized polemicists like Menashe pictured themselves as somehow belonging, or may have pictured themselves as somehow belonging to the two communities for which they wrote, the one they defended, the one they assailed. Now, as Harm also noted, addressing both of these primary audiences have the effect of discursively inventing and prescribing the contours of the in-group and the out-group, and by extension, the contours of the polemicizing self as well as the other with a capital O. In other words, polemics entailed a process of identity construction almost by definition. But this process of construction sometimes entailed more than two audiences. Our colleague Axel, where's Axel? And now several of you here today have pointed to a very important performative dimension to the polemicizing and apologizing endeavor. So we have, for example, situations in which writers deliver sermons live in real time, and or they write for audiences that are made up of commoners, people who are known to be illiterate. So the writers have to imagine this second audience, or you might say this subset of the first two audiences, namely living listeners, a group that is immediate, intimate in some way. Now, who comprised the listener audience? Maybe the polemicist's own personal challengers, for example, a writer who had fired the first polemical salvo, or somebody who responded to the stances of our author. The audience might likewise include the polemicist's personal patrons or potential patrons, especially for converts, intimate friends, colleagues, family members, enemies, former friends, former enemies, neighbors, servants, occupational associates, other acquaintances, and even local passersby. Therefore, the key choices that this third audience informed were those of things like language, vernacular, or some, kind of language. How do you say this in English? Nose up in the air language. Tone, diction, and of course the content changes. What I'm saying is that the content ultimately becomes deeply influenced by whatever feelings, expectations, desires the author experiences for the people in his, less likely her, proximate milieu. I have an example of this, but I think in the interest of time, I'm going to see if I can skip it, and if I have time, I'll bring it up in the end. This is a memorial by Juan El Viejo. He lived, of course, in the era before print. So I make the case that he really was very, in his words, he shows it that he was very conscious of the fact that he was speaking to living, breathing human beings and not to hermeneutical figures. There were the Jews who were just, hermeneuticing, they didn't understand anything. And then there were the people to whom you had to be very deferent. Oh, my masters from whom I'm learning so much, please show me the way. If I've made any mistakes, please let me, et cetera, et cetera. I leave that aside for now and continue with the following points. There was, I think, a fourth audience, and that is an audience very familiar to the authors, namely the authors themselves. Not merely as members and representatives of their in-group, but as individuals who were writing in order to justify their social position, their public role, as well as their relationship to the capital T truth that their chosen religion supposedly inhered and conveyed. This was especially so, I think, for Judeo-Converso authors. Theirs and their peers' cultural and geographic transitions to and from Iberian Christianity exposed the sheer plasticity, the sheer contingency of identity. And that contingency, that plasticity threatened to upturn a socially regnant assumption that selfhood, that all identity should be unambiguous, monochromatic, final, exclusive, and above all, integral. Not by chance, our hero here, the illustrious Daniel Levy de Barrios, wrote the following in an apologetic poem. As you know, this is a fellow who was a kind of self-styled apologist and booster-in-chief for the Amsterdam Nassau. He was also significantly a man who had once sought and received and fulfilled a military commission from the King of Spain. He got this commission and he fulfilled it after leaving the Iberian Peninsula and presumably becoming a disciplined Jew. So what did he write? Who am I? I do not know. What gross error it is not to know oneself. How shall I know who I am? When I awaken from myself, I dream of a most confusing abyss. From myself I will come out. I barely get it right. Who impedes it? A happy state of being. If I am to die, of what use is it for me to delight? For what purpose was I born? To save myself. Now, for his part, the newly minted Jew, João Pinto Delgado, was also featured in some papers here, wrote a poem, also in the latter half of the 17th century, from his haven in Amsterdam. Pinto Delgado apologetically argues in favor of a culture, the so-called law of Moses, that he had recently embraced. I'm quoting, 1,000 times happy is he who in the midst of his affliction offers homage to the God of Zion. And on this sea of confusion in which many a ship is lost, he will reach the happy port where sure salvation he will find. And he only fears and adores the one who is the King of Kings, who was and will be and is now one God, one people, and one law. Assist me, O Lord, I beg you, assist me in my grave suffering. Let the world know, if it knows not, that you are mightier than its fire. In another poem, very similar apologetic poem, Pinto Delgado writes, happy is the one who has chosen the better of two pathways, and for whom the veil of folly has not obscured his reason. Now, the fifth audience, we can discuss these poems in a moment, but the fifth audience, as you have seen, was none other than God. Even if our polemicists and apologists had been secret skeptics, they lived in a world that was not yet disenchanted by any notions of pure secularity. Not even Spinoza was an atheist, as has been pointed out many times throughout the year. And of course, if an author was going to polemicize on what it meant to properly understand and heed the word of God, it stands to reason that that author was going to do so on behalf of and in honor of that self-same deity, the ultimate significant of it. As Barrios put it, around 1682, in the middle of another apologetic, have pity on me, immense God. For the burning of your wrath I seek to extinguish by traveling this sea that my clamors unsettle, even more than by heaven, by my own eyes. So you've already seen what I consider to be a fifth audience. I think I lost count. That's partly why we were stuck between 30 minute presentations. Basic arithmetic. The sixth audience was posterity. In one way or another, the writers and sermonizers left their listeners and readers an intellectual and artistic inheritance. Now, posterity can mean a number of things, but I think that we in this room and in the world of late medieval and early modern Iberian and Sephardi studies generally are among the primary self-appointed recipients of that inheritance. Why? Because of course we are the ones who bothered to read these guys. We remember them. We remember them at all. This leads us to a limited, but I hope stimulating consideration of my second main question, namely, so what?
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, from the late 15th century onward, an entire new class of highly mobile writers and readers emerged. They were largely propelled by the availability of print. They were both motivated and kept afloat in a material sense by their participation in an increasingly globalized, mercantile, even proto-capitalist economy. This much you all know. But by way of illustration, let me remind you that both Barrios and Pinto Delgado used imagery that would have been very resonant to merchants. You get lost, the things that you're shipping from sea, I mean, you're trying to make it safe port, of course. Among the Judeo-conversos, both the new and the new Jews and the new Christians, there were many merchants, and they felt that they could become respectable tributes. They had a right to read, they had access to books, and very often they created their own private libraries. Haru calls these people autodidacts. For his part, Karsten characterizes them as, quote, decently educated individuals concerned for the salvation of their people. Carson also calls the polemical writing of these men layman's dogmatics. Sorry, I'm moving behind my own schedule here. Layman's dogmatics, that's another apposite phrase. A common denominator of all the writers under discussion is the fact that they operated in a social milieu in which knowledge had been heavily commoditized, and therefore shared, reproduced, refracted like never before. Above all, knowledge had been made a popular currency. It had been made a means for shaping one's relationship with the transcendent, among other things. Lest we forget, by its very nature, knowledge in itself inhered its own intellectual and aesthetic momentum, its own dynamics. Knowledge begat knowledge, and in that sense added to an unprecedentedly explosive potential for reshaping group identities. We have ample evidence of this from Luther, Calvin, Giampietro Carafa, Reuchlin, Pfefferkorn, all these guys, right? All the big shots. Now, of course, as we've seen in this year-long project, manuscript culture had its own, its own skilled purveyors of highly influential polemics. That's why we began with a long time ago with Philo, with Paul. But I stress here that our Judeo-Converso authors were different than those subjects from late antiquity, and that is because the social roles that they played were highly commoditized. The roles themselves, not just their polemical outputs, right? Let me ask you to consider the following. Several scholars have noted that, and I think primarily of Elisheva Karlebach, that in the early modern centuries, we had a glut of Jewish identified intellectuals. They felt that they needed to write to make a living, or at least to justify themselves publicly and to amplify their ideas. On one hand, copious data tells us that there was a significant oversupply of educated Jewish men who for various reasons did not acquire and could not hold steady rabbinic positions. We see many of these men becoming shadarim, freelancing Kabbalists, wandering preachers, peripatetic educators, and so on. By the way, some of these guys were all at once. They fulfilled those roles all at once. So too, there was a growing body of Jewish householders, many, if not most of them, merchants whose disposable income, as I said before, allowed them to build private libraries. Now, the intellectual autonomy that followed from having no steady gig and owning a personal home library was itself a spur to further publication. So if a Jewish man acquired let's say the Shulchan Aruch, then his, or well, not less so her, this person's Ida would call the rabbis, and the rabbis would miraculously produce several books of Minim Uminhagim, right? So that as this person consulted the Shulchan Aruch, he, that's often she, would know who his or her real Chachamim were and would consult them as well. On the other hand, as you know, there was a gamut of new Christian subjects in the vast Iberian realms who had acquired full-fledged Christian university educations. These educations compelled them to articulate private relationships with various forms of knowledge. This is what one of you referred to as the personalization, I think, of religious and intellectual experience. Many of our Judeo-Converso authors refrained from cultivating a remote and purely scholarly persona. A week ago, Max presented Sasportas, who perhaps wished to be such a remote intellectual, but who actually waded right into the messy world of ideas, of radical ideas, of grandstanding, of arguing. These were things to which the early modern press, mercantilism, and proto-capitalism gave rise. This was a marketplace that was vaguely reminiscent of the one that self-publishing and social media have created in our times. I'm aware that I'm running out of time, so here I'm going to close. In the absence of steady employment, our early modern subjects could behave as polemical commodities and cultural impresarios in and of themselves. They could fulfill this particular role, for example, moralists, activists, gadfly. I think of Menashe. From the point of view of Jewish history, the outcomes of globalization were tremendous, were momentous. Small armies of gifted spin doctors, such as Nafam Ashkenazi of Gaza, articulate shadarim, such as Yitzhak Parchi, self-styled heresiologists and controversialists like Moshe Chagiz, entrepreneurial yet chronically underemployed new Jewish rabbis such as Menashe ben Israel, rabbi wannabes such as Salvador Mendes, a common Jew who taught Judaism to folks in Bayonne, in proto-Jewish Bayonne, and the one of my favorites, the North African unemployed school teacher Abraham Reuven, who landed in Spain and got himself baptized several times. All of these people could and often did partake of the contentious public square. Polemics and apologetics were one stock in trade. Abraham Reuven is a very interesting case to me because as a seller, the serial seller of his soul, he was both the commodity and the purveyor of another commodity. He was actually caught in Spain, I believe, or in Portugal, with a printed Hebrew alphabet with which he purported to teach conversos how to read Hebrew and how to figure out the Jewish calendar and so on. So again, these were cultural merchants and entrepreneurs. They helped to create and were primary symptoms of a new, radically popularized or vulgarized Iberian diaspora. I'm going to call it here, with deference to my friend here, to my oxymoronic friend, I'm going to call it a Judeo-Christian diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, let's open the floor, Mark.
Dude, come back to one of your early slides, and just say you seem to be getting at this, but you didn't quite come right out with it. Daniel Boyarin has said that the only thing that is properly called a religion is Christianity. And I think that this came out in some of the more Torah material that Anne used this morning. Sometimes these people are talking right past each other because the Christians are talking about religion and Jews don't have a religion. I just wanted to make that point.
I actually agree with Boyarin on this. I have nothing to say about the 4th century earlier than that. I disagree with Boyarin, everything having to do with the 17th century one. But on this, I agree. The only religion is Christianity. What Jews have, if you're part of the oversimplification, is a comprehensive cultural system that does not distinguish between a sphere of the religious and a sphere of the mundane. I mean, not that the Chachamim can't figure out what is spiritual and what is material, but they see both as deeply imbricated, as coextensive, and necessarily mutually supportive. So I agree with Boyarin on this point. Now, the fun thing for us about this is that the new Jews and the new Christians are both. They're both Jews and they're Christians in some either imputed or actually or a way that actually has to do with acculturation. So they're actually arguing with and against themselves, for and against themselves. And that's another aspect of so what.
Just enable me to continue to be your oxymoronic friend.
You know,
I concerning religion very briefly, I don't believe that there is pure Judaism. There is no authentic Judaism which is Christianized. But Jews, as others, were part of the world. And the Jews living among Christians naturally become westernized or Christianized or Europeanized, and this doesn't has nothing to do with authentic feeling. Okay. No. One is then living within Christians, Judaism turn to be religion, but not necessarily because they are adopting in a syncretistic way of Christianity, but because they are also members of the Western civilizations, or whatever you can say. In this sense, perhaps I am also a Judeo-Christian. Yeah, my own views of Judaism are deeply crystallized through this dialogue and confrontation with the cultures in which we were brought. I am very, not of you, but I am very disappointed with people depicted the emancipation of the Jews as an imposition who disfigured Judaism, as people who went against their will to a great Sanhedrin of Napoleon, and finally, as if modernity was a nightmare for Judaism. For me, and I believe at that time for many others, Au Clair, with all this problem, is a blessing because we are part of it, and because Au Clair would be, and is also not only Christian, but Jewish, I do believe. Now, the second point has to do with the problems that come from Bourdieu, the over-socialization, the sociologicalization of social analysis, because these closes up us in kind of cages, iron cages. The professor, he will stay always professor, and the shoemaker will stay always shoemaker, and the women will stay women, and there is no possibility to have a way out from the symbolic capital of which each one of the compartmentalizations destined us. It's very important to have that in mind, but I think that we have many surprises. And we just finished to tell one. In looking after the Inquisition trials for Braganza, in one of the trials against a very simple woman from Braganza, not a rabbi or whatever, she's purportedly said to another converso woman, you know what? Peter the Apostle was a new Christian. But by this, she was perhaps implying that Paul was not. And she in a way, perhaps for sure, she was influenced by some culture, but she told it, I believe, in a very spontaneous way, not as a category coming from up, but a necessity coming from down. Thank you. Fantastic, and yeah.
Thank you. Well, let's start with the notion of an Judaism. No, there's no such thing. But we do see a sociologically solid structure called the Kehillah. That is real. That does not exist in modernity, not as it did before. So that's what I'm referring to. A sociological structure, and that is actually itself a cultural structure. And it breeds, it generates certain understandings, so that even if you're Leone Modena, you're not thinking, oh, I might want to become a Christian. Okay, now this is really not the place or the time to give you my Shtetl Pavenu's reading of modernity and how awful it was for my family, right? Regardless, I think it is important to know that we are in the 17th spot, in the early modern period. And that it is precisely when these, let's say these aggregated structures are coming apart, either discursively or otherwise. And that is what makes this so fun. I'm not trying to essentialize. I mean, listen, I cut out a lot because Christina was very wise and asked me to keep time, as I have been trying to have you guys keep time here. But I had some observations that may actually lead you to see how what I'm saying is actually quite polemic. For example, I was going to say that the early modern world was generating intimacy between Jews and non-Jews that is actually absent even from relations today between American Jews and Israeli Jews. And that I'm making this polemical point, which you too can read about for $45, courtesy of Routledge in an upcoming volume of it, speaking of commoditization. So in other words, there is some polemical.
I'd like to say something about that book of Boyarin that is, to me, so wrong to many points, but I will say nothing because the floor is done.
Okay, I had just a small question. What about meddling with the identity of the other? All this Jewish controversy spoke up to the Christian about becoming righteous among the nation, like we call since the Christians want to convert the Jews, they did not have an option to address the Jews, but to convert. But the Jews that are not interested in converting the Christian can instead to them be white race among the nations.
Honestly, I don't know how to answer that question because I'm not aware of any specific discourses, diatribes, arguments about the concept of righteousness among the nations. Although it's clear to me, and I hope this addresses the question in some form, that the new Christians / new Jews were in a sense working with notions of the inherent worth of non-Jewish cultures. I mean, this is part and parcel of their formation, and therefore they had to define righteousness as much in reference to whatever they call Judaism, as in reference to what the Gentiles, especially the Ibero-Catholics, call righteousness. But I'm sorry, I don't know of any specific treatments of the Hasidei Olam.
Well, I must say that I'm a bit disappointed with myself because I don't disagree with you. So I reflected on it on your approaches in the introduction of my new book. I agree with your approach and with what you said here. My question is probably for another book. What are the consequences? Because what are the consequences for the Jewish tradition itself of this peculiar constellation of new Christians, new Jews? What are the consequences for themselves, for the Jewish tradition? And what are the consequences for the other cultures? Let's put it cultures, Christians and Muslims. What are the consequences also? Because one of the things I was trying to push a little bit was about the legal issue of singling out minorities. I think nobody else put it in such a clear way. The New Christian did it very well from a juridical point of view. So this is, for me, one of the consequences. But I bet one can find many more consequences.
Yeah, I mean, the question of consequences is monumental. I don't think that I can truly satisfy it, except to say that a couple of things occur to me. Number one, yes, there are consequences to the conception of the other and the treatment of the other. I mean, to me, it's always been interesting that in Iberia, you have two confluent discourses. They're confluent in a way, they're clashing in another way. You have blood purity, you have religious purity. Pureza de fe is how it's described. Both, by the way, are based on magical thinking. So I'm not suggesting that there's anything sort of 19th century pseudoscientific about the notion of plata. But that is certainly that has great consequences. Now, on the other hand, it also strikes me that, and here I rely on the likes of Jonathan Israel, right? That the places where the Nassan was very busy articulating, identity. Kind of lost steam by the 18th century as its grandees became rentiers rather than mobile merchants. There was a great deal of assimilation, acculturation, both into the Christian mainstreams as into the Jewish mainstreams. I mean, one of the things that's almost a desideratum of this entire year of research is a comparative study with the new Christians in Ottoman Empire. Well, by the way, according to Yaron Benae, never really emphasized, oh yes, we are Nassau, we're very Hispanic, or look at my shiny ring, none of that. It was very, it was a different approach, and I think that has to do with, as you said before, with conditions, local conditions to drive the outcomes. So there's a certain dissonance. Now, the third point is, of course, many smart people have addressed the question of consequences. Anybody who's dealt with Spinoza, or the life and time of the politics around Spinoza, knows this intimately, as well as other folks who talk about different paths to modernity.
First of all, thank you very much for this really brilliant presentation. But I disagree totally. It was brilliant rhetoric, wonderful ideas, but you erase all the boundaries between this Nassau, new Christians, new Jews conflicts. You mentioned Parasar, Moshe Hagiz, and you mentioned Yuda model. Yes, they were there, and they were 17th century Jews, and in case of both of them have some contact with new Jews, even new Christians, but they don't belong to these. And so I think that we should be a little bit more careful in that. Now, most of the new Jews were not intellectual. Yes, were absolutely not intellectual. Right? I started this conference with Pastelada, which I think is more representative of the early modern new Jews, new Christians and new Jews, that all the brilliant authors that you mentioned. So I think we should, first of all, I don't know how what word to use, but we should be careful not to convert them in philosophers, in Spinoza. Spinoza was one philosopher. There were not many philosophers. Even the authors of the Western Sephardi diaspora who wrote semi-philosophical words were not philosophers. There were not too many Orobio de Castro, but even Orobio de Castro was not a great philosopher. Now, but you see, what you said here is should be not at the end of the conference. It should have been at the beginning. It should have come at the beginning of our seminar. And that would be a wonderful beginning.
A wonderful button.
But now, at this stage, it's a bombshell.
It's too late. Yeah, to put it differently, if my grandmother had been, she'd be at birth, right? But it's, yeah. I take the points very well. You may remember I wrote about Pastelada, even though I kicked myself, I didn't call him Pastelada in the book. So this is my instinct, I think, to bring things back down to earth, so that we can see that ordinary people are driving phenomena of identity. I happen to have co-convened a whole seminar on intellectuals who are writing polemics, so I tried to contextualize them. And this point I'll defend in a larger early modern process of the commoditization of knowledge. And therefore, I mentioned people like, Hagiz, and Spinoza. I completely agree that they're not in the same book, let alone the same chapter as our New Christians and New Jews. Perhaps a better device would have been somebody like Shlomo Morton, right? Who was in a way in the borderline between the age of print and the age of manuscript, but he was actually a dweller in two religious worlds. But no, I hope you know that you don't have to convince me about the unlike some people, you don't have to convince me about the value of social history. And I think there's I mean, if I'm going to summarize your critique, it's my old teachers, my old Talmud teachers, Talmud teachers command to help you, right? Don't mix apples and oranges. So I essentially take that point very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have the last paper of this session. Daniel Frum. This Frum is professor in the history department at the University of Sao Paulo, and was a member at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton in 2020, and a fellow at the Everett Katz Center for Advanced Judicial Studies in 21-22. He has published in several journals, such as Economic History Review, and his book, The Sugar Trade, Brazil, Portugal, and the Netherlands, 1595-1630, was published by Stanford University Press. And I leave you the floor. And I hope you can hear us.
Daniel, you have to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself, and also you may want to share your PowerPoint again because we can only see part of it. Or close it and open it again. Yeah.
So now I'm not mute and PowerPoint. Oh, maybe because I made it very small. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Is it working now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So I'll move things around so I can move it. Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me, especially long distance. It's good to see some of my best friends and dear colleagues, and even my former supervisor. So I'll start heretically. This presentation wishes to add to the scholarship on the identity of New Christians and New Jews by moving beyond the study of discourse. Examining a case study, it highlights that identity, or rather alterity, was not only shaped by the relations of New Christians and New Jews with other discriminated and oppressed groups, but suggests that some of those differences and inequalities could be priced, exchanged, and offset. And here's the case. By the end, at the age of 86, Manuel Bentalhado was concerned about the future of his family. Despite being a child of Jews forced to convert to Christianity, so-called the Christians, Bentalhado achieved the prestigious status of citizen of the city of Porto, thanks to his success as a merchant. One of his many children, at least 7, had passed away, leaving a daughter coming of age. Her first name is unfortunately damaged in the source, and other documents do not provide a hint. Her last name, however, was Henriques. Another son of Bentalhado, Jorge Manuel, had left behind in Brazil many assets to be recovered and which could be useful to find a room for her. With handicapped feet and hand, Jorge Manuel did not have any offspring. Bentalhado appointed a merchant in Brazil to find, and I quote, a noble person of good people, to marry his granddaughter, who apparently still lived in the colony. As a dowry, Ventaleado's representative should offer a portfolio of precarious assets that included long uncollected debts, partially sold houses, and runaway branded slaves. The dowry therefore constituted a discount operation of the rights and claims over those uncertain assets. As land and enslaved people, both Amerindian and African, became increasingly expensive at the close of the 16th century, this offer could be interesting to the few who could fund expeditions for chasing fugitives. In this discount operation, the brand mark on their skin established property rights, and the rights to their recaptivity functioned as a means of payment in a premarital agreement that involved other gender and ethno-religious inequalities. The offer catered to a colonial elite that comprised too many men who could not be very selective about the purity of blood of brides yet. Descendants of Jews often pursued marriage with old Christian families of higher status, but smaller wealth in Portugal and Brazil, and elsewhere. The emerging Brazilian nobility of the land constituted of slave and real estate owners who did not have to use their hands to support a lavish lifestyle and held positions of power in the local government. Hence, multi-level structural inequalities and marks of social difference prized this transaction, in which brand marks on Amerindian skin offset the impure blood of a new Christian woman trying to marry into the emerging colonial elite. The study questioned the conversion historiography on dowries in colonial Brazil, which emphasizes the importance of large offers to secure a groom of higher status. The study, however, suggests that 16th century impure new Christian families entered the elite promising dowries whose size, form, and materiality were uncertain and contingent on the recipient efforts to realize them. While the historiography on slavery in 16th century Brazil acknowledges the predominance of Amerindian labor, little is known about the trade in commodified Amerindians. The study highlights that their bodies served not only as a commodity, but as assets in a secondary market for fugitives. Studies on the recapture of fugitive slaves have highlighted the payment for captors by owners or compensation to owners by captors. This study shows that besides the diet owner-captor, chase for fugitives also included buyers of rice over maroons. Sources about patterns of branding slaves are few and far between. The majority refer to marking made in Africa, and the most detailed ones date from the mid-18th century on. The study indicates that late 16th century branding of enslaved natives was a widespread practice meant to establish property rights over them. The outline of this transaction was set out in a deed registered before a notary public in Porto in the last decade of the 16th century. Then Ventaleado and his son Jorge Manuel granted a power of attorney to a new Christian merchant in Pernambuco, northeastern Brazil. Just as curiosity, he would marry the who would be later the great grand aunt of Spinoza. So we can have it. To find a suitor, the proxy should begin by offering instruments of credit due. He should first transfer the balance of a bill of exchange drawn 15 years earlier, from which the groom should keep the outstanding part of the principal and half of the accruing interest, but remit the other half of the interest back to the endowers. Second, the proxy should transmit all the debts owed by another businessman who had not only moved to Lisbon, but also passed away, but he might still have an agent, a factor in Pernambuco. Besides those uncertain financial assets, the proxy should offer real estate, similarly difficult to recoup. He or the groom should foreclose a house sold 17 years earlier and which had only been partially paid for by the buyer, who had also died in the meantime. In addition, the proxy or the groom should reclaim two other buildings in the fences location in Pernambuco, but which by then were probably abandoned. Last but not least, Jorge Manuel granted powers to the person who would marry with his niece to collect any, and I quote, Negro from Guinea or from the land with his mark because they ran away at the time he came to this kingdom, meaning Portugal. The term Guinea was then broadly used in Portuguese sources to refer to sub-Saharan Africa in general, and Negros da Terra referred to Amerindians. While this passage neither names nor counts the number of marooned people, further down in the deed, Jorge Manuel adds that, and I quote, two of the slaves of the land that ran away from him, Jorge Manuel, were called Perro and his wife Maquera, which have been countermarked, contramarcados, with the brand mark of Miguel Henriques, because Jorge Manuel has bought them from him, end of quote. Miguel Henriques was apparently Jorge Manuel's brother. Powers of attorney, such as the exam deed, were legal instruments that facilitated the operation of a secondary market on rights and claims. Here, the notarized power of attorney should, first of all, prevent the prenuptial agreement about to be signed by the proxy from being questioned later. Second, it empowered both the proxy and the groom to charge and collect property. Finally, it allowed the proxy to transfer those properties and rights onto the groom. Powers of attorney for charging, collecting, and transferring property were largely used in Porto, including by both grantors and grantees of our deed. In fact, some of those proxies indicate that at the time of our deed, Ventalhado was apparently ill, Jorge Manuel about to leave Porto, and the proxy would not stay in Pernambuco for long. Thus, the examined deed sought to speed up the formalization of a deal that the proxy had already negotiated. The proxy should arrange the marriage, and I quote, as he would do to his own daughter, end of quote. A family cannot choose their offspring, but in the Ancien Regime, those who had some assets carefully chose their in-laws. Matchmaking considered first the status of the spouse that the spouses would transmit to their descendants and spill over to the extended family. Second, it anticipated the wealth and income that would benefit the couple, its hers, and their relatives. To attract a suitable suitor, parents, sibling, and often more distant relatives directed their a favorable match. In our case, the childless uncle bequeathed his property left behind in Brazil to his niece. Daughters usually received dowries larger than their brothers' inheritances and donations. Furthermore, sisters' dowries were typically collected earlier than their brothers' inheritance, yielding a higher present value. As a rule, Portuguese spouses shared that assets that each other brought to the marriage equally, called meação. And when one died, the surviving spouse received half of the joint estate. Individuals could only freely bequeath 1/3 of his or half of the couple joint estate, while the rest would go to their descendants or ancestors. This discretionary third was often used to endow a daughter or a female relative, as apparently Ventalhado, the grandfather, did. Dowry served as the setup capital for an economically independent couple, which the husband managed together with the rest of the family's wealth. Thus, Ventallado was understandably anxious to secure sustenance for his granddaughter through a dowry to her groom while he was still alive, while Jorge Manuel, the owner of the estate, was around, and while the proxy was still in Pernambuco. In this case, marriage would help not only recouping the property in Brazil, but also keeping it in the family. By endowing his granddaughter's husband with fugitives and other uncertain property, Ventallado also protected his family's estate in Brazil from the Inquisition. Marriage would legally transfer half of the estate to the husband as meiro. If he was an old Christian, chances his property would be confiscated or dim. The proxy brokered the dowry agreement exactly while the Inquisition was carrying out investigations in Pernambuco, the Inquisition visit to Pernambuco, in which the proxy himself was denounced. Moreover, the brother or half-brother of our bride, Antonio Manrique, appeared before the Inquisitor in Pernambuco to confirm and detail the denunciations that a certain old Christian woman had made against his uncles and father based on what she heard from him, Manrique. Her accusations left him no other option. Manrique was then about 25 years old, and he had been conceived while his father was still a bachelor. His mother was the daughter of a Mameluca, child of a white and native parents, as we can see here in a painting by Eckhout. After his father passed away 17 years earlier, he moved in with his uncle Miguel Henriques. 3 years later, Jorge Manuel took him to his home, where he stayed until Manuel's departure to Portugal in 1585. Manrique told the inquisitors that at the home of Miguel Henriques, his uncle's relatives and friends gathered and Judaized in a room upstairs that was usually locked. Miguel Henriques mentioned here, the Miguel Henriques mentioned here was probably the one who sold the two countermarked Amerindians to Jorge Manuel, then his brother, and who apparently still lived in Pernambuco. Ventallado might not have learned about his granddaughter's marriage, if she did marry, because he was arrested by the Inquisition himself, entering prison 2 years later. He did not survive prison and passed away almost a year later. According to the Inquisition guards, he died from old age and illness. It is not surprised that enslaved people, the main means of production in colonial Brazil, comprised the most common and important element of dowries there, not only in our case, together with real estate and cattle. Sugar production gathered momentum around the last third of the 16th century, and Brazil soon became one of the largest sugar-producing regions in the Western Hemisphere. By the time of our deed, natives still comprised around 2/3 of the workforce. The lack of information about the fugitives in our source, except for two, suggests that they too had Amerindian origins. Since entire families and villages were coerced into labor, it's not surprising that their actual number was imprecise to their holders. Contrarily, those of African origin were then very expensive, and their recapture would probably deserve special consideration. In the 16th century, chasing fugitives was a temporary, sporadic, and unregulated activity. The runaways of our dowry would therefore be recaptured in a privately organized expedition funded or refunded by the groom. The fact that two of them were countermarked means that they had been owned by someone else before Miguel Henriques, the first owner who had branded them. And Miguel Henriques added a second mark. The lack of the third mark, that of Jorge Manuel, the uncle and endower, required identification through names and complementary evidence of transfer to avoid disputes over their ownership. Marks and countermarks, therefore, were commonly used to establish both their status as slaves and their owners' property over them. The silence of the sources about the mark on the other slaves suggests that they had been branded with the symbol of Jorge Manuel, their last owner, and therefore there was no confusion about the property rights over them. Hence, there was not only an established market in Amerindian slaves, but also secondary market in fugitives. Marks were critical to the working of both. Compared to marriage in the metropolis, arranging a match in Brazil offered gains of arbitrage to a new Christian bride. At the end of the 16th century, colonial Brazil was still a very masculine society. The data that the same Inquisition visit of 1593-95 provides suggests that the ratio of European and Europeanized women, European and Europeanized men over women in Pernambuco could be as high as 9.8 men to women. Inquisition data indicates that only 48% of married individuals among Europeanized males, but 90% among females. So 48% of males were married, whereas 90% of females were married. Demographic gender imbalance gave families of European origin or integrated into the colonial society, Europeanized, ample room for choosing grooms, which helps explain why our bride did not reunite with her family in Portugal after her father passed away and her uncle moved back. The limited number of women occasioned greater tolerance to our brides of Jewish origin. There were 3 times more mixed couples in which the wife was no Christian than those which the husband had Jewish extraction. Even the most powerful families in Pernambuco had sons married to women with some Jewish ancestry, including wealthy children of former Inquisition prisoners. Following the standard historiography, gender imbalance increased the chances of our bride to marry. Yet, the status of her groom still depended on her dowry, even more so after the denunciation of her father and uncles. Here, however, the dowry comprised only rights over uncertain assets. This power of attorney unveils the web of interlocked inequalities of the 16th century Portuguese Atlantic. It aimed to secure the maintenance of a bride from a family sought by the Inquisition owing to their Jewish origin. Yet, the predominantly masculine demographics of Brazil forced grooms to be more flexible regarding the purity of blood of their prospective brides. Thus, an unintegrated Atlantic marriage market discounted some social inequalities for the free females on the sugar-producing shores. Furthermore, for marrying into the emerging colonial elite, dowries did not have to be tangible, liquid, or certain. Our dowry did not have a figure in money or even an assessment of it. Instead, it comprised exclusively property difficult to realize. Bodies of human on the run, real estate partially sold or abandoned, and debts neglected for long and to people who had passed away. The slave-holding elite, however, had the resource and interests to chase fugitives, rebuild houses, and pursue junk credits. The study suggests that the existence of an active market for trading, not only in captive Amerindians, but also in fugitive ones. It indicates that brand marks were key in making those markets function by establishing property rights. Trade into the rights to recapture Maroon Amerindians could thus be coupled with other transactions, such as our dowry, in which the impure blood of a bride was sold. The result was the exchange of uncertain and determinate goods for idiosyncratic assets, both shaped by the structural inequalities of this new Atlantic society and economy. The erasure of the bride's first name is a contingency damage to the source. But the fact that she's mentioned only once is not. It is the result of both the typology of the deed, in which her family in Portugal appointed a male representative in Brazil, and the norm that young women had their marriages arranged by the older generation. On the other hand, the names of the fugitive Amerindians are also absent, except from two. Maroons were to be identified by the marks branded on their skin and not by their names. The exceptional two ones are only mentioned exactly because the marks and owners mismatched. In this case, contingency saved their names from oblivion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can start with questions.
I just will ask you if you can talk close to the microphone, otherwise it's very difficult.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Okay, David has a question.
Not so much a question, Daniel, just an observation to which you may wish to respond. And by the way, I'm sorry about the problem with the sound. I mean, sometimes people are close to the microphone, sometimes they're not. It seems to me that you've just provided an economic history explanation of what in a rather clumsier way I was trying to say about the commoditization of knowledge. You know, here are families working on dowries and treating human beings as transmittable property. It strikes me that, for example, the La Caballeria family were busy trading not so much, not human beings, but rather a kind of their honor, making it a commodity to save their skins in a similar way. And anyway, I just think that parallel is interesting.
Well, there are many things at the same time. One of the things probably I was not very successful in saying it, but actually those runaway slaves, they were important to compensate her impurity of blood, and moreover, the fact that their family had been denounced. So we probably should, we know that New Christians and also New Jews owned slaves in various places, mostly in the New World. But I think it's important not only to take that into account, but to think how those other inequalities play together, including gender. So here she has her marriage arranged by other people, but what I did not mention here, one of those proxies that this uncle Jorge Manuel leaves, because apparently living city, he grants a proxy to his father, who apparently was not very well. And in the case of the absence or death of the father, the person who would take care of his asset was his sister, who was a nun, but she was much older. So then we see how different things that in those operations, how we see all those imbalances taking place at the same time. But about what you said before in your presentation and the discussion maybe you had with Claude, I think that it's important to think about patterns of behavior and social. I'm not so sure about structure, but things about society. So I don't think that that should obliterate agency or individuality. But I think there are certain commonalities among certain groups. And I had a long discussion with Claude in a long drive from Bragança to Porto over that. And sometimes, and I know he doesn't like Bourdieu very much, but by reading his dissertation, I tend to find that the findings go much along the Bourdieu line of interpretation, but we probably should have a different session about that.
Francisco has a question.
Well, thank you so much, Daniel. I liked very much your paper. Are you listening, or is it too?
I am listening. Yeah, I'm hearing as well.
So great. So I liked very much your paper, and there are certain lines converging with my own work. So it's quite nice, and it makes me think better. So I agree that these arrangements for marriage are like choosing property. But on the other hand, I saw several cases of refusal. One of my new Christians, well, he was complaining that his daughter he was living in Lisbon. One of his children, the daughter, was living in Sevilla, and she had refused the very good marriage he had suggested. So he was quite annoyed, and he commented, "I have to go to Sevilla and choose another marriage. It's like choosing merchandise." It was clear in his words. In this case, what I wanted to ask you is that the dowry is very poor. I was surprised. It's all uncertain.
That's the point.
He clearly wanted to get rid of the niece, wasn't it? The niece or the granddaughter? He wanted to get rid of the young woman with a dowry which was very difficult to recover. So he just wanted to send her to Brazil, and then they would take care of the problem. Am I wrong? This is one question. So the quality of the dowry, and what does it mean? The second question is, in those days, by the late 16th century in Brazil, you don't have much confiscation of property. Actually, one of the major bankers in Madrid in the 1620s and 30s, Juan Núñez de Sarabia, which I had the pleasure to read the full trial to demonstrate that the analysis of Caro Baroja had been based only on the sentence. So Juan Núñez Sarabia, his uncle, who was really the main patron, Núñez Correa, he had been in Brazil. He had been condemned by the visit, and he went on to be a great, this is well studied, the case of Correa. He went on to be a great contractor of the Spanish king, by the way, and he went to Sevilla. So you have this late, and it's true that from my point of view, perhaps you can correct me. The persecution of new Christians in Brazil only started seriously at the beginning of the 18th century, or the earliest, at the early 18th century. I mean, seriously, and then really they were persecuted extensively. But in that period of time, it was still very light. Can you, yes, I would like to hear you on this.
Yes, so thank you very much. Those are very good points. So about the quality of the dowry really calls the attention. I think that's the part of the beauty of it. And feels like who wants to have all those assets that are very long unpaid debts and houses that are abandoned, houses that have been households, and slaves that ran away, and they're also native, so who knows where in the hinterland of Brazil they went to. So that's very clear. On the other hand, those people there in Brazil might want the land where the houses were, and they might know where those natives went to, because by then most of the slaves were natives and they were hunting them with the help of other allied natives. So they might have much more information. And also those who would do that would probably be landed people who were engaged into doing that, into hunting natives. So that's my point, that it would not be interested for any, it's not for anyone, but it's catering for a certain audience, certain people that have certain means and interests and expertise that for them, it would be interesting. Second, that lady would be married, would get married anyway, because it's a very masculine society. So there are very few women, so she would get married. The question, it depends to whom. And also, it might be that they were not aiming to someone very high status, because she might even be not entirely white, as her half brother was. He was conceived before his father got married, if he ever got married, with the daughter of a Mameluca. And so she was the granddaughter of a Native American. And therefore, and this son, he was clearly kept with his uncles, but in a very subalternate position. He was in a different, he was part of the family, but not on the same level. And this might also be the case of her, I don't know. So many things, actually, this case raises more questions than it can possibly offer answers. And that is not by chance. The problem with powers of attorney, that the more restrictive you make it, then you cannot change, and then you restrict the powers of the proxy. So they wanted it to make as vague as possible to give leeway to the person in Brazil. On the other hand, it's very clear that there was a negotiation on the way, and the person in Brazil, Jorge Esteves, he needed a formal power of attorney to sign the agreement, because otherwise it could be later canceled. So that's the main goal of it. So apparently someone was willing to consider, maybe not, it would later not work, but at least consider it at some point. And you're right, sometimes those offers and those agreements were turned down, and the files, especially the contraditas, the articles of impeachment, are full of details, the claims about marriage proposals that were turned down and brought a lot of animosity, whether right or wrong. The second, confiscation of property. I think you're right, but that we know in 2023. Back in 1595, they might not know how things would unfold. I'm sure that this was not the main concern, especially because I don't see neither the inquisitors or the commissarios or familiares going after Amerindians in the middle of the jungle, but they could go after the houses or things like that. They might fear that. But the fact that the proxy was still there and there was his uncle, apparently that was something that they were concerned, but not too desperate. But it's hard really to tell, because the one guy two of them were about to move, both the proxy in Brazil in a few months apparently, and the uncle from Porto also within a year or so. About the Inquisition in Brazil, Well, certainly in the 18th century, it's more systematically, especially because the crown is very concerned about the issue of the gold from Minas Gerais and how it's moving to Europe, and it's and all those waves. There are somehow maybe that's my head that is driven by commerce and transnational politics, but all those waves are somehow related to it. So 1618 is a few years after, before the end of the truce and the beginning of the 30 Years Old War. The people were worried about, the monarchy is worried about those things. And, but still in the second half, after the Dutch period, in the second half of the 17th century, you also have Inquisition activity, maybe not as systematically, but you also find that. So you have different waves, but it's right. It's more the Inquisition and the Crown is more worried about the new Christians in Brazil at a time that the Crown is also weaker. The Portuguese Crown at the beginning of the 18th century, and especially in Brazil, it's a weaker crown that saw in gold a possibility for its ascension. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you. Are there more questions? Yes. I think you have to speak
To go to the micro.
and the microphone.
Here we
which is-
have one.
It's not too long, so it goes to.
So I just have one question, because if we compare with the case of Amsterdam of the marriage, the pattern is the same. So if you see the epithalamium of Miguel de Barrios, if you see the testaments of the people, you can see that this they are not marriage by love. It's an arrangement between mostly the healthy people, and this is also the case with the black people. And some of them, they were mulattoes also. So I feel, okay, we are in another century, we are in another context, but I feel that the pattern is the same. No.
Yes, yes and no. What is interesting here, and that's what Francisco pointed out, that if they were only if they endowing slaves, that was very common in Brazil, endowing slaves. But here they're not endowing slaves, they're endowing runaway slaves, people that ran away. And here they're not, also in the case of Africans, it's easier to single them out. But in the case of Amerindians, you have to, they are local, so it's more difficult to find them. That's also probably why they were branded, because otherwise how you would discern the one who are free and the ones who were not, and then you have all the issue with the Jesuits and the other missionaries, because so there are many other, I think it's a little bit more complex in this case.
Okay, are there other questions? I think we are done. Thank you very much.
Shall we make it 5 minutes break or?
Shall we make a break? Yeah.
I think we have had 2.5 hours without break.
No, si está cansado, si no, hablar.
No, pero voy a ver. No,
Gracias de vuelta en su nombre.
bueno, ganamos para
Ah, ¿qué? Ya,
Gracias a la separación terminamos a ver problemas en la pareja, y a veces y además una buena convivencia, la gente se imagina
tampoco
no está pensado eso, ya se mostré que la veo después de ok, me visita para
Yeah, it's exactly that, yeah.
no sé si venía también para el lado del baño, no sé. Ahora, a ver, porque yo
esta mañana a la mañana porque
sí. No.
tienes que quedar, hay que llamarle un día antes o dos. Y el sábado no sé si tengo que
Para a las 5 de la mañana.
mandarle ya bueno, no lo sé, pero mandarle
Más no necesito.
o en la tarde, pero tiene que, hay que preguntarle antes, porque yo mandé 2 días antes.
Mañana a las 5 de la mañana.
Yo sé que él no va en la noche, pero él conoce a otros. Él me dijo que él no va mañana, porque él está en una red.
A ver,
Sí, sí apoyan a ellos. Así que yo creo que van a mañana. Pero hay que ponerle un WhatsApp ya. Él contesta en seguida, no.
Very giudaica.
We still have another half an hour. Okay, that's wonderful. Of course, it's very intense. But it's very nice. Maybe we should come to eat now while we're talking. No, why? Nice. What? Yeah, but I'm fine. No, I'm fine. You're eating now.
We were supposed to, but we still have one more session because we ran late.
So why not eat now? That's what I understood, they just not now, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine, but I thought, I mean, with EPD. No, I'm fine, I don't mind, I'm not, anyway, I won't do so many things, so we can eat. But I was just thinking that I was hoping to have a moment to talk to people and be in conversation. So I fear that, if we now everybody will leave out, we don't have this moment of conversation. But that's the only thing, because I thought we didn't have a break really today. And there was no time to call. And we had yesterday evening, but we were stuck in the restaurant. So this is, but go maybe. I was just thinking not to lose any of my. I very much like. Like, no, it gave me different when I read. I thought very strictly on that. Yes, yeah.
Cada media hora tenés.
Thank you for your lecture.
Con la agenda.
Yes.
Una consecuencia de la seda
As you get your food, I ask that you sit down, we can discuss things as we eat. And particularly, I want you guys not to leave when you finish eating. I think Dina and I have planned a session that involves a little bit of post meal reflection.
I'm also fine with not doing anything, you know. I'm not very fine with not doing anything. No, I wanted to find. You don't need
I promoted myself to have an official report.
Yes, I can see that. Well, you brought.
So you don't, are you not happy with the pictures? Some of them are a little bit blurry, I don't know where it comes from.
Well, maybe we can. Right.
Always doing it again, or they start me and then. Brought my camera.
Okay, as we get your plates, please have a seat, so we can begin the final relatively open session.
You live in, you live in England? Yeah, in England.
All these people. Then from there, it went to the hearing to research to find all over the but
If you have a plan, sit down, we would like to have you digest it and also digest some ideas, so.
Okay, so we're going to the final discussion. I'm sorry to bother you with my last comments. What I will do actually, I will try to sum up a bit the results of what we have heard over the last 2 days, to order it a bit, and maybe also to complement what David has just said. David has somehow brought things together, so I will try more to divide them, and then we can discuss how to combine these two approaches and thoughts. So after the wonderful keynote lecture on Cristobal Mendez and alias Abraham Franco de Silveira by our dear colleague, whom I offered to join the reception so that he doesn't need to be here anymore. I told him, so it's not unpolite that he's not here. I just wanted to say. We have more or less dealt with 3 different approaches. On the one hand, we have spoken about the converso phenomenon, and new juice, but it was more the converso phenomenon in this case, in different framings and with different levels of impact. In different regions of the Iberian Peninsula, this was especially Ignacio Pulido. In different parts of the Iberian world, we had James Nelson's presentation on the different Romes, in different parts of the Catholic world, in different parts of the Atlantic world, like going back to Daniel Strum, to whom I have just listened, and in different social strata, or in different social spheres or spheres of interest, with questions about the handling of limpieza de sangre and purification in well-seen, highly important families, and also as contrasted to that, and what David just said in lower social spheres, ordinary people who have also somehow coined our understanding or our understanding of the converso phenomenon. We have spoken about converso and new Jewish identities, of course. I mean, this was the topic of the group as a situated and constructed, respectively performed identities. I remember Claude's introduction, neither pure nor hybrid, to make a very clear distinction between the essentialist perspective and the post-colonial destructive perspective on the other hand. So the approach was more to also go into different times, different places, and see that converso identities are framed, reframed, shaped, reshaped in different contexts of Jewish Christian connections between before 1492. This was today's contributions or the first contributions of this morning. We had several of them. Then in contexts of secrecy and violence, this we had especially now in Francisco Betancourt's presentation, but all the crypto-Jewish presentations that we also had. The context of re-Judaizing the nation, to use Miriam Bodian's term, so the whole Western Sephardic diaspora and the context of new Jews, and above all, intersectionality in the case of Daniel Strum again, and also the various forms of crossings that we had in this. So just to begin once again with Joseph Kaplan's keynote, we had the crossing of one person, the fascinating crossings, in this case of Cristobal Mendes, but we also had other persons like De Barrios who very vividly experienced these crossings between different worlds. We had in Ramben Shalom's presentation today the interpretation also of crossing as a third way of a different reading. We had crossings in Yanai Israeli's presentation today, the coming back to the Iberian Peninsula. And we had crossings also in Alexander van der Haven's presentation about the observation of conversion. So the converts and formal converts who take a special stance on others being converted. And most interesting also, of course, these negotiated identities, these relative identities, however you call them, in different contexts, are always somehow negotiated together with their respective others. So in the case of new Christians, they are often negotiated also with old Christian identities or new Jewish identities also, respectively, old Jewish identities, if I may say so. So there's always the framing of identities always dependent on boundaries, on storytellings that have to do with boundaries. So it's always the identity construction of the respective group, but also of the respective other and vice versa. And we have spoken, especially today, about historiography and narratives about conversos and new Jews. So we had the presentation of Yossi Israeli for the 16th century, how this distorts our perception actually of the whole converso stories of before 1492. And we had the presentation by our colleague Nita Shiran about the Spanish historiography and the vision of the Spanish Inquisition in the making of the modern Spanish nation. We used old and new Christian sources, of course, because this was our topic, but we also used old and new Jewish sources. So in fact, we used all kinds of sources to approach these topics. As these identities are always mutually constructed, we also needed all kinds of sources from different aspects to reconstruct these identity constructions with different approaches. We had in terms of the conversos, we had, of course, approaches that identified conversos with Jews, and anti-converso was synonymous to anti-Jewish. But we also had texts such in the presentation of Axel, for example, where anti-Jewish is opposed to, or where anti-Jewish is equal to pro-converso, to make a distinction and to draw a line between them. We had Christian-Jewish negotiations to reclaim authority. This was especially the case in Christiana Facchini's presentation. The challenge of ethnography and autoethnography, as Mary-Louise Pratt would say. So the reclaiming of the representational authority, I think she claims it, from Christian Hebraists who assume the power to describe Judaism, and the Jews who say, no, we want this for us. And we have pro-converso texts against purity, also interestingly, not in all cases written by conversos. Finally, we had also in Matt Goldish's presentation, inner Jewish disputes to reclaim authority, but within Judaism, and also within the conflict between old Jews and new Jews. We had different genres, very different genres, and I just mentioned some of them. We had the classical religious disputations, even though in non-classical contexts, in the case of Miriam Bodian, or in the case of Yossi Israeli, or in other cases. So the very, what we expect of religious disputations in written fictitious form, or in very present, threatening, violent form, as in the Inquisition sellers. We had Bibles and commentaries in Harm den Boer's presentation, anthologies in José Alberto's presentation, poetry and belles lettres in Moises Orfali's presentation, ethnographies, again in Christiana Facchini's presentation, philosophical, theological, political teachings, also in Anna Albert's presentation, in yours again, mystical and millenarian, above all in Claude's and Axel's presentation, genealogical in your presentation, a new form of catechism in Ram Ben Shalom, as he called it, and finally even in lawsuit dossiers, as you presented it. The levels, we had different levels of argument that corresponded to different levels of belonging, or different identity aspects, as one could say, that came to dominate in certain constellations. So to every identity belong different identity aspects, and different identity aspects come to the forefront following the different contexts in which we move. So, of course, one level of argument was direct polemics. This is what we would expect in these cases. But we also had arguments, many cases through Paulinism in what Claude presented, through,
Ad nauseam.
I didn't say that. Through Jewish ancestry, or through Jewish exceptionality, as Yossi Israeli also presented. So the reference to ancient, to the first Christians, but also through the very special Jewish tradition, we had had argumentation through translations in Harm den Boer's presentation, through definitions of concepts in Anna Albert's presentation, through ambivalence in Moises Orfali's presentation, through genealogy in Maria Laura Giordano's presentation, through hermeneutical third parties in Karsten Wilke's presentation, triangulation, or through lawsuits once again. In all these cases, what struck me was that there was always a reference between writing and writing back. So it was always like, it's even difficult to say who responded and who acted and who reacted, but there was always a kind of, yes, I mean, to use the postmodern term of writing back, of pushing forward an argument and writing back and developing a new argument in the discourse. So we had very entangled discourses that we spoke about. Finally, the question and challenges, this is my last point, that I would draw from these discussions, and this goes a bit against, not really against, it complements what you said. In fact, we had, of course, the entangled histories of old and new Christians, old and new Jews, which are highly important. We need to read them in an entangled context. This is very clear to me after the 5 months in the group and after the 2 days that we've been here. But also the question how far we can speak about groups. There's such a plurality within the group, and we had so many individuals about whom it is not clear if they were brilliant individuals or strongly heretical individuals, or if they were really representatives of their group. And I was thinking of Rogers Brubaker, Identity, Ethnicity Without Groups, where you said this, it's not so sure that not every genealogical common trait makes a group. So when do we have a group, or how far can we speak about groups, or do we not need to give up speaking about groups, which goes very close with the discussion about Benedict Anderson and imagined communities. And today also the conversos were mentioned as an imagined community. We had this. So the question is, I mean, bringing it down, on the one hand, we need to entangle the groups, but the question is also how far do the groups stand the test of how far are they a group? And then also we get into the trouble if we deconstruct everything, that we don't have anything. So we also need some kind of boundaries. We need some kind of approaches. Who are they as a group? And this is what you try to do, actually. You try to bring them together. Who are they as a group? And I think we need the two things. We need to find common points. Where are they as a group? But we also need to know that this is also our reading them into one group, which might be difficult at certain point. So this is one of the big challenges that I see. And in the case of conversos, even more so, and secret Jews, because they don't have a community structure or something that keeps them together externally. The second point is I've seen many entanglements of discourses independent of the positionality or religious belonging of the authors, which also struck me. So we had many discourses that overlapped between new Christians and old Christians and Jews that went in the same direction when it came to attack purity of blood, for example, and which were, of course, there's always the belonging of the author in the text. I mean, even more so as we are in early modern times. But sometimes I was struck how different people could be engaged in very same discussions, employing very similar arguments. So I termed this entanglement of discourses, maybe independent is the wrong word, but with a certain resistance to clear positionalities that we would connect with their groups. Let's say it like this. The third point is one that is, I mean, of course, the whole identity discussion that is everywhere. The need to talk about identities in a situational framing, identities to be continuously enacted, reenacted, boundaries that need to be reenacted, performed all the time, renational identities that are constructed by stories, as Charles Tilly has it. I'm also relying on Tanya Zakrzewski because I read the book, of course. I mean, I was the supervisor, and I was also very impressed how she does this social constructs in this, how she recapitulates this. So we have to think about identities in this relational, situated meaning, and also as something that's not stable, that changes with different situations. So people crossing borders also maybe not change their identity, but put other identity aspects to the forefront all of a sudden. And all of them are there, but it depends on the speaking situation, which comes to be the most important one. And we didn't speak about all kinds of intersectionalities that could also be there. I mean, we had Daniel Strom, where of course the question of racism came into play, and the question of European and non-European belonging, but also the question of gender would be a question that has not so much been addressed here, but would be. So all these identity aspects, they are entangled, and we need to be very careful. This doesn't mean that they are all hybrid. It just means that there are various identities that coexist and overlap, and in certain constellations, one is more dominant than the other one. And this is, I mean, this is difficult for any group, but I think for our peer groups, this is especially difficult, but it makes also so challenging and so interesting. On the other hand, we also seem to need urgently, and this is what I learned today by Ram Ben Shalom and by your presentation, Yossi, again, to reconsider the question of a converso community. So after saying we need to see them as individuals, it seems at least that before 1492, as we say that the Sephardim only rise as a group after 1492, it seems that the conversos have some kind of group identity before 1492, or at least some conversos. So the question is, what do we make out of it? How do we consider a converso community that is somehow both, that has Christian parts and Jewish parts, and somehow manages to bring them together without the conflicts that we have read into them later on? So this is somehow contradictory to the individualized approach before, but it seems to work well for the earlier times. So we very clearly have to distinguish between these different times. We definitely need to discard certain historiographies. This was also very clear today. We have to be very careful with how these stories have been brought to us, and to reread them also as far as we can without the mirror of the 16th, 17th century. And last but not least, what was very clear, that the sources that need to be taken into consideration, sources that provide narratives about the enactment and reenactment of identity constructions, are very wide and very interdisciplinary. So we do need social and economic history, even though we are only in the history of mentalities and identity constructions. So we need to bring them together. We need to bring the history of knowledge down to earth to social and economic history, but we also need to bring it together with religious history, political history, the history of emotions, and many more aspects that have been brought to the floor here. So this is a very interdisciplinary field, which makes it so interesting and so challenging, but also so difficult to approach. And this is actually the moment where I would like to open this for discussion and for your opinions and approaches and considerations about the last days. Shall I moderate or
Can?
or do you want to?
No, I was gonna raise my hand.
Okay. I was just, okay.
Thank you. I was thinking about a book by Benassar, which was written in the commercialization, the commodification of 1492 and 1992, all the commemorations. And he made an experiment. The book is called, if I'm not wrong, 1492. And then if you would do the experiment and be a reporter and go to the people on the streets, for instance, in Spain in 1492, and you would ask them, what is happening here this year? And nobody would mention anything about America or Columbus or anything. They would all mention the expulsion of Spain. And I feel a little bit like this, that we are trapped also in a kind of mindset of our times and approach a community which is very difficult to grasp. I'll make it more concrete. Until recently, there was this social history of this pardon, a little bit of the commodity thinking that Lopez Suazo and other families, they would send sons to other parts along the Atlantic trade routes, and if they had to change religion to make the network function, then let it be. So, as if everything was driven by economy. This thought was current in some times. There were always cautions. Karsten has made a good point some years ago that religion was not so unimportant as many times thought. There were lively discussions and many points, and individuals were deeply worried about religion. I think this is also a point. Then I think about two texts, two literary texts, but they're really by autodidacts. Autodidacts are not the community. One is the manuscripts you talked about. Rika and Sarah are two women. They're having a conversation in Amsterdam, and they're not very happy there. So they're bored. They miss their servants. They had a rich life back then in Lisbon, and they can't get out of their houses. There you have the women. You have your voices that you're never heard. I wrote about this in an article on Exile. I don't know if the article itself is good, but this fragment, it struck me a lot. I think it's important. And then there's the other mini piece of information you have about those two who write a report on what they discovered in Suriname. And they make a report for the community, and they say, gracias a Deus por habermos tirado do inferno da neve. It's the first time you hear that they actually complain about the climate in Amsterdam. People had, how you call this sickness of the legs and gota. This terrible sickness that was very frequent in Amsterdam. You don't hear these voices. So they're their daily lives, and there are many things concurrent in many individuals. And I think each of us has to piece together something very thoroughly, and maybe someone comes up from time to time and makes a bigger picture, but the bigger picture is still evades me, I must say. So,
I mean, we had a woman, of course, in your case, but still it was not the topic. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I don't want to leave this either, but I think I'm going to talk about something slightly different. No, it's just something that's been sort of swimming around in my head. I've tried to, through my comments and questions, I've tried to articulate it, but let me give it another shot. I feel as though one of the things that has come out of several papers is something like the formation of a polemical / apologetic subject In other words, it's not so much that a human being is generating, writings or particular speeches, but somehow the existence of the person, actually not just the person like, de Castro Tartas, Isaac de Castro Tartas, but entire families become collective subjects whose very lives play out a kind of polemical role, almost by definition, because they're stigmatized, because they are pushed by the momentum of earlier generations of the polemical discourses. I don't quite know how to put my finger on it, but when I think of the caballerías, and the multi generational effort to sort of to locate this Santa Fe ancestor in a safe place. I mean, I think the subject, while definitely difficult to pin down, and maybe, as you put it, a little bit fictive, is being constructed discursively through behavior as much as through specific writing. So, narrow linguistic phenomena. Does that make any sense? I don't know. That's what I'm sort of thinking about.
Well, I'm very pleased because I came here. I learned a lot in these 2 days. I already knew that this area is booming. We have lots of studies, but here I saw work in progress, and I heard fantastic fighters, all of them. So I think we are much richer now than 2 days ago. Some knowledge, and circulation of information. I think we never had it so good. So
Sorry, Francisco,
have-
can you speak closer to the microphone?
it's our way.
That's it.
So what I was saying is that we never had such rich information and such rich accumulation of knowledge than nowadays. And and we have in different areas experiences of life. I completely agree. They were exposing their bodies. It's not only in their minds. They were exposing their bodies. There were experiences of life that we know much more about hundreds, thousands experiences of life, how they were submitted to different kinds of persecution, but how they engaged in extraordinary itineraries from all the Mediterranean, from going to the Far East, going to the Pacific Ocean, going to the Indian Ocean, going all over the world, and once, twice, 3 times, trying again. So you have experiences of life which were absolutely amazing. So this is something that we know much more nowadays. The other aspect has to do with actions. We have the political actions, clearly, many political actions, how to address different authorities in France to arrive there very early. We have lots of Gérard Naon, he worked on that very well. How they addressed local authorities, central authorities, how they managed to find spaces to live as formal Christians, but without inquiry, or to live as new Jews, as creating new Sephardic communities. So we know much more about it than before. So it's an accumulation of knowledge which is extraordinary. So political action, and then and the Livornini and many others, and then judicial action. I was very pleased with several papers dealing with law, with normativities. We have plenty to reflect there, and we have plenty to think about it. I was very pleased with all these papers. So we have judicial action also. We have the reorganization of normativities. We have how they would conform to Jewish norms also in the Sephardic communities. So this is an extraordinary area that now is booming again, and we have learned much more. So we have a lot of material to build on. And then we have all the discourses, and the conference was also organized around discourses with literary, and we had lots of we have good papers also on that with philosophy. So we have now, I think we can do much more, but I think I'm very pleased, and I feel completely energized by this conference, and because we have lots to build on.
I have the next. I have Miriam. So,
I'd like to say a few words about my sense here after a long career in this field. When I started in this field, there were sort of three kinds of work that were being done on conversos and ex-conversos, define them how you like. You know, and I can sort of put names on it. It was Helen Bentz, you know, the economic diaspora of conversos and ex-conversos. Cecil Roth, that was the Inquisition, and Gespleten Seelen, the split souls, the notions of identity. And if I think about how far the field has come in all three of those areas, now you could name dozens of people who worked in these fields. And I come back to Francisco's remark, we never had it so good. Part of it, I think, has to do with the world we happen to live in, particularly globalization on the one hand and identity politics on the other. It's not just a matter of historiographical trends, how we work, but also the kinds of topics that attract us. And we are attracted by these complex identities, and we are attracted by transnational trade and politics. And so I won't belabor this. I do think this wonderful conference has given a sense of how far the field has come. Not just one field, several fields. But it also raises the question, where is it going from here? And I don't have a question like that, but I do recall a conversation I had recently with a colleague who said, you know, she said something like post-colonialism and identity, when are we going to do something new? And so I would just sort of throw that out. When are we going to do something new? Not that I think we haven't done a lot that's new here. I don't mean that. But that these trends are not going to continue forever.
Yes, following you. I think we have basically two polarized choices.
So can you bring the microphone closer?
Sorry. Even with my voice. Oh.
I would say what.
Yeah, terrible voice.
No.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I think we have two extreme paths. And of course, a kind of compromise. One is to try to gather together interdisciplinarity or whatever, and make a kind of histoire totale. I am personally deeply against this chimera. It's impossible to reconstruct the complexity of human life in its entirety. And we have another possibility, which is explicitly was heralded by Michel Foucault, of the compartmentalized intellectual or intellectual task or scholarly task. That is, you study the prison or the madness, because you cannot study everything. And then you focus and you try to go as far as you can. I personally prefer this way, provided we know that there is this only an island, or perhaps an archipel of knowledge, and we have the ocean to be fulfilled by others, be fulfilled by other studies. This is one thing. When we focus here, I don't think that David, despite the friendly disagreements, we think that through the question of apologetics and politics, we are grasping all the identities of conversos and new Jews. And oy vavoy, God forbid, if we arrive to that, but does mean that we can arrive to what at the 60s Herbert Marcuse denounced as the unidimensional mind, a man. That is, we are, as you said, several things. We have gender, we have profession, we have religion or ethnicity, we have different things. And God forbid if we had even though is sometimes the religious is coming out more in some situation and the gender in another one. And God forbid if we think that the religious affair resumes the complexity of human beings. This is very, very dangerous. And this is precisely what a certain idea of identity politics, they are doing that, is essentializing, not from the right side of the map, but from the left. That is, you will stay always, segregated, and just and the other one will be always the oppressor. And this is, I think it's we can make some reflection of that. I will just finish by telling that we have at least 3 alternative avenues beyond polemics and apologetics to consciously interact. One is what the Greeks called krisis, deliberation. This is what we are doing here. Yeah, we can disagree, but we deliberate between persons of different identities, religions, and so on. And I do believe that in the early modern times, and we can find also that people not necessarily fought each other, perhaps they used the means, but instead they were sometimes deliberating. The second possibility is the art of appeasement of polemics and apologetics, which is the art of the conversation. Benedetta Caravelli wrote a fantastic piece on showing what is this art of being together, of exchange things within us. Perhaps this leads to small talk, but it permits people from different backgrounds to sit together around a coffee or in the market and so on. And we see, even in inquisitorial files, a lot of these. And finally, the most beautiful thing is friendship, which is an aristocratic quality of making choices. And even though we heard that it was not so easy to make friends with between people from identified very clear-cut identities, they were very, very nice and lucky exceptions. At least when I finishing here, I had the chance to try to understand what was going on in Braganza by the end of the 16th century, and we found a lot of friendship between old Christians and new Christians, and then comes the Inquisition, and there is a problem, and then you hear the same friends who one to each other is saying, Judia cadela, a Jewish dog, Jewish bitch, yeah, and certainly things erupted. Therefore, just to say that these three qualities, the deliberation and conversation and friendships, they are alternatives that we have to bear also in mind. And I think that personally, this entire year, and especially this conference, we dealt about polemics and apologetics, but mostly we dealt with crisis, conversation, and friendship. That's all.
So I began at Martini, then I Maria Laura, then I've done this room, and who was asking? Okay, I didn't see one.
Well, I want to say just something very brief, like my impression of what emerged from this period of research and also from the conference. I think that we have a lot of new information, and I agree with Francisco. We have a lot of new information, new historiographical results that enable us to reassess few things of the early modern period. A lot of themes of the early modern period and of the historiography that has defined the early modern period. One topic is, for example, the type of confessionalization, 25, 30 years ago, it was almost impossible to study minorities and how minorities had their own voices. I remember saying once at the conference, I was very young, that I think I can find voices of Protestants also in Italy, and they laughed, and and I was right, and they were wrong. So I think that we are on a point where we can reassess a lot of historiographical material, and I think especially for the history of minorities, this is a very useful research topic, because it allows us also to establish how the negotiation with what Judaism is in the early modern period, and how that negotiation changed over time is complex and fascinating. And I see the world much more complex, I think, that through the material that we discussed together. And also, I think it's more important that we can reread sources that we took for granted for a long time, and we can reinterpret those sources in the light of what we discovered.
Before all, I have to say that I learned a lot, and I'm glad to stay here. And I think that our
Can you please speak closer to the microphone?
One of our challenge could be to attempt to historicize the a wide category of identity. And this is a very big deal, I think. And I think that it implies the possibility of accepting a permanent indefinition of this concept. This is an osmotic situation, historicized on one hand, this possibility of a permanent definition of this this concept as a consequence of its status of a historicized concept, and that in order to avoid, on one hand, the essentialism, the trap of essentialism, and the other end, the temptation of reducing the identity to something liquid or an sector of cultural history. This is a brief remark, but it's just to give some suggestions. This is my point of view.
So, Daniel, you want to?
Yes. I hope I'm close enough. So I wanted to address the question of the tension between essentialism and maybe amorphism or under-socialization and hyper-socialization. And I want to, I think that there are certain boundaries and there are certain things that are less vague and perhaps more concrete. People who can be identified as new Christians, they can go to prison, as Francisco emphasized here. So they can socialize with those Christians, they can be friends, they can even marry them, not to talk about trade and so on, but they can go to prison. And I think that's a very objective thing and has very profound consequences independently of what they believed. Of course, there were people that obliterated the past and they passed by old Christians and so on. At the same time, the same thing applied to new Jews. So if you live in Amsterdam, most people, they cannot have all the professions that Dutch people can have. And that also has a profound impact on their lives. If you live in Livorno, you are bound to the city walls. And in other places in Venice, you have to live in the ghetto. So these are objective facts that we kind of tend to, I think now we are more interested probably in hybridity and intersectionality and all that. But there are certain things that are very concrete and they shape also identity and culture, and it could not be different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, I think this is an extraordinary research group for many reasons, but also, and I notice it when I speak with friends, even academics, they smile a bit because they are so enormously specialized. Not only new Jews and Christians, but also the technical science, etc. Normally in these institutes for advanced studies, you have all kinds of disciplines dialoguing with each other. But I think we have counterbalanced this very well with a multi-layered, enormously multi-layered picture of our topic, which almost has become a microcosm for many different things. And I would somehow contradict what you said at the beginning, that we are in danger of developing ambitions of histoire totale, etc.
I was not accusing. I was warning not to have this ambition.
I think no one has these ambitions, but we profit from each other. Just today, we had one might think that polemics and apologetics, Jews, Christians, is about the history of theology, but no, of course we have theology as well. But there is spirituality, there is urban culture, there is literature, there is the history of the book, and there is economy. Economy is so important, and all this comes together is imbricated without false ambitions. And it was really a pleasure to see how we did not break apart and people would just shut up when another discipline would come up. We really had a common discussion. And I think this was an excellent balance between the focus and the very wide expanse of reflection. Personally, for me, it is a strange experience. The last time that I was for such a long time in Jerusalem, I was sitting as a student at the feet of Professor Beinart and heard about the eternal desire of the conversos to return to Tzur Machzavtam, to their eternal sources of Jewishness. And nowadays, all is about constructed identity, situational, they change from time to time, and so what? And I see we have here a very, very long span of time that, well, I'm old as well, and some time in between, but well, we're sitting in Israel where identities are affirmed as solid, as really this metaphor of the tzur, of the monolithic, with very hard boundaries towards the outside. And I think we should reflect that and see that we have a problem with the timing of our subject of research. as Brodella said, les tons de l'histoire, the different different velocity, different speeds in history, and this is something that one should reflect. Not everything is reconstructed every day, and there is some reason why people who come to Amsterdam then practice unleavened bread or things that were practiced at the time of the pharaohs already, and one comes back to these to sometimes very old and slow developments, but nevertheless there are appropriations, there are changes inside these traditions. Some of them quicker, some of them more revolutionary, and some of them very slowly. And I would suggest that we should not go to the extremes, neither this block, this tour, and neither the total fluidity and plasticity, but see that there are different layers, let's say, of development of change.
And if I may just reply to this, this is one of the main points that even Benedict Anderson in his Imagine Community says. Imagine doesn't mean that they are not real. People die for their nation. So it's not, construction doesn't mean that it's not a real threat and it's not a real problem and it's not really there.
Exactly.
So this is, but there is of course, yeah, we have to deal with this tension. Are there more comments? Okay, go ahead. The micro.
I'm really very sad that this group will finish its work in 2 weeks. This was for me one of the most productive and fascinating years in my long academic career. I will miss you all. I will miss not only the lectures and the seminars, but the conversations with my dear friend, Karsten. So please, first of all, we should not decide about any collective policy. Please, Karsten, continue writing your fascinating studies. And you are in continuous studying the Spanish and Portuguese literature of the Conversos and New Jews. And we should all keep alive our friendship and contacts. I think that this should be the first conclusion for this year of fascinating intellectual interchange and friendship. That's all.
Okay, good you. I kind of like invited myself there, so thank you for the welcoming, very warm welcoming all of you, all of the group. And just before I'm not going to stretch it because then also good job might be expelled. So I was just going to say about all of the conversation now again reminding me of a little joke that probably most of you already know about this jobless Jew that was walking around, and then he kind of saw this ad about in the zoo about looking that they're looking for the gorilla diet. And he said, well, I can try that. And he went to them and he said, hey, listen, let me be a gorilla for a week and I can manage it. They said, okay, we'll let you try it for a week. He did a great job, was jumping around, all of the public was amazed, thinking it's a real gorilla. But one day, he hangover, he was jumping around, and suddenly he fell into the cage of the lion. And he saw the lion running towards him, and he said, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. And then the lion was
Why is the fool gonna get fired? Very good.
Same, we had
Very
an
good.
excursion, you know, about the line, our latest excursion with the. Colleague, how's he called, yeah. With the line and all the stories of the person that are in front of the line,
Yeah.
and nothing happens, they're safe. Yeah.
So before I give the last words back to you, I would like to ask you all to thank the two organizers, not only for this conference, but also for bringing the group here to Jerusalem and for everything they prepared and for the wonderful time that we had, some of us longer, some of us shorter, but whoever was here, I think, enjoyed it very much and appreciated it and will never forget it. Thank you very much.
Well, I confess that I absolutely hated every moment of this, and I don't like any of you, much less admire you. So I never see you again.
That's a mix.
Oh, yeah, one thing, as you might imagine, we would like to very seriously consider, more than consider the possibility of creating a volume out of the year and this conference in particular. So we will be in touch about that. As I said before, I hope that you will give us a chance to let's say, grab your presentations as you develop them, rather than give somebody else a chance to publish them. But regardless, as I said before, you will not be refused by us.
We can finish with the poem, but I prefer that someone else will read it.
No, you.
Better go. It's in Spanish and Spanish.
Do you want to read? A poem.
Forbidden than that, the Melendez Valdez. You don't need to understand.
Bebamos, bebamos de suave licor, cantando beados, abaco y no amor. Amigos, bebamos y en dulce alegría perdamos el día, la copa empinar. ¿En qué nos paramos? La ronda empecemos y a un tiempo brindemos por nuestra amistad. Bebamos, bebamos del suave licor, cantando beodos, abaco y no amor.
Estaba estudiando.